security threats to African peoples and countries. In the Horn of Africa, for instance, we are experiencing the longest drought in 40 years. Such extreme weather conditions are mostly striking areas already prone to insecurity and food scarcity, therefore complicating and compounding conflict dynamics from Somalia to South Sudan. Other parts of Africa, including the Sahel and the Great Lakes region, are also experiencing heightened tensions and insecurity driven in part by climate change-induced extreme climate weather patterns. Therefore, if we take action on mitigating and preventing climate-related risks, we would in effect be working to mitigate and prevent conflict. With today's discussion on climate and security in Africa, it is no coincidence that the African Union is one of the few regional organizations to explicitly address climate-related security risks within its peace and security architecture. But this is far from being just an African problem. Climate-related security risks play out in different ways depending on different regions and contexts. Addressing them everywhere is critical. Kenya and Norway are in agreement. Achieving the Paris Agreement remains our first line of defense. With many countries already feeling the effects, we must find and adequately fund adaptation and resilience strategies and ensure that they are implemented in a manner that does not impede any country's ability to develop. We need to significantly step up our support and honor our commitments. This will be a key ask at COP27. We believe that we also need to take action in the Security Council, as we will explain during the debate. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ambassador. Climate change affects all of us, and it affects our security. For small island states, sea level rise is already a very real threat. In the Middle East, we see tension over access to water. In Sahel, we see livelihoods disappear, areas become impossible to live in. Disadvantaged groups are often hit hardest, and people who already have a hard life suffer even more. We see young people raise their voice and at the same time lose faith in the future. I have no doubt climate change belongs on the agenda in the Security Council. This past year, Kenya and Norway together have led the informal expert group on climate and security. We have invited leaders from UN peace operations to meet the council members, to brief and answer questions about how they see climate change affect security issues and how it affects their mandate. As a next step, we need to look at opportunities. Environmental peace building offers promising avenues for addressing conflict risk. Dialogue on climate and environmental issues can pave the way for broader discussions on difficult issues. It can help build trust. Gabon's initiative to put climate and security in Africa on the Security Council's agenda today, ahead of the COP27 climate summit, is a call to mobilize efforts to address this challenge and to build partnerships. For this to happen, we must jointly step up our commitments on mitigation, on adaptation, and not at least on finance for both climate action and peace building. Thank you.
La 9150e séance du Conseil de sécurité est ouverte. L'ordre du jour provisoire de la présente séance est menaces contre la paix et la sécurité internationale, climat et sécurité en Afrique. L'ordre du jour est adopté. Conformément à l'article 37 du règlement intérieur provisoire du Conseil, j'invite les représentants de l'Afrique du Sud, de l'Allemagne, de la Colombie, de l'Égypte, de l'Italie, du Maroc, de la Namibie, du Niger, de la Pologne et de l'Ukraine à participer à la présente séance. Conformément à l'article 39 du règlement intérieur provisoire du Conseil, j'invite les intervenants suivants à participer à la présente séance. Madame Martha Ama Akia-Pobi, sous-secrétaire générale pour l'Afrique au département des affaires politiques et de la consolidation de la paix, au département des opérations de paix. Monsieur Tanguy Gaoma, ancien président du groupe africain de négociateurs sur les changements climatiques, et Monsieur Patrick Youssef, directeur régional pour l'Afrique du Comité international de la Croix-Rouge. Il en est ainsi décidé. Le Conseil de sécurité va maintenant aborder l'examen du point 2 de l'ordre du jour. J'appelle l'attention des membres du Conseil sur la lettre du 3 octobre 2022, publiée sous la cote S/2022/737, par laquelle le représentant permanent du Gabon auprès de l'Organisation des Nations Unies a transmis au secrétaire général une note de cadrage sur la question à l'égard
2014 from the permanent representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. End of quote. We continue with the debate. And the next speaker, I would like to offer the floor to the distinguished representative of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos que nos haya convocado a esta sesión de emergencia de la Asamblea General. No obstante, nos genera gran pesar la ocasión por la cual nos vemos en la necesidad de reunirnos. Una vez más, somos testigos de graves violaciones y abusos de los derechos humanos en Ucrania y sus habitantes por parte de la Federación de Rusia. Más allá de las sistemáticas violaciones y abusos cometidos por la Federación de Rusia en contra de la población de Ucrania, hoy nos reunimos también con el agravante de la reciente anexión ilegítima de las regiones de Luhansk, Donetsk, Gerson y Zaporizhia, regiones de Ucrania anexadas por la Federación de Rusia bajo el argumento falaz de referendos populares. Estos actos de anexión carecen de cualquier validez jurídica y constituyen al mismo tiempo una gravísima violación a los propósitos de las Naciones Unidas. Además, estos lamentables hechos socavan las relaciones amistosas y la cooperación entre los Estados de conformidad con la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, puesto que debemos de recordar que ninguna adquisición territorial resultante de la amenaza o el uso de la fuerza serán reconocidos como legal de acuerdo a la resolución 2625 del 1970, titulada Declaración sobre los Principios de Derecho Internacional relativos a las relaciones amistosas y la cooperación entre los Estados de conformidad con la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Señor presidente, no podemos dejar de condenar enérgicamente los recientes ataques realizados por las fuerzas rusas contra Kiev y otras ciudades de Ucrania, así como las agresiones contra zonas residenciales de Zaporizhia, la cual continúan poniendo en peligro la vida de sus habitantes y sus territorios. Es fundamental que el Consejo de Seguridad responda adecuadamente a esta creciente amenaza que pone en peligro la paz y la seguridad internacionales continuamente. Señor presidente, Guatemala no titubeó en cuanto a expresar nuestro apoyo y respaldo al pueblo ucraniano y copatrocinar el proyecto de resolución que nos ocupa, titulado Integridad Territorial de Ucrania, Defensa de los Principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas, contenido en el documento A/ES 11/L15. Esta resolución no es un llamado a formar un mundo multipolar, ni favorece tampoco a un mundo unipolar. Es un llamado para defender la integridad territorial de Ucrania y, en consecuencia, defender los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Hemos apoyado y copatrocinado esta resolución en base a nuestras propias convicciones, que como un país de profunda vocación pacífica, pero también como un Estado que reconoce que, por medio del diálogo, la negociación y los medios pacíficos que nos otorga el derecho internacional, las diferencias entre los Estados pueden solucionarse. No es por medio de la fuerza ni la imposición que solucionaremos las discrepancias existentes. La Constitución Política de Guatemala prioriza la contribución al mantenimiento de la paz y la libertad, el respeto y defensa de los derechos humanos, el fortalecimiento de los procesos democráticos e instituciones internacionales que garanticen el beneficio mutuo y equitativo entre los Estados. Señor presidente, mi delegación reitera inequívocamente la urgencia de poner fin a esta invasión y buscar una salida pacífica, con irrestricto respecto a la soberanía, la independencia, la integridad territorial, los derechos humanos y la seguridad de todos. Para concluir, señor presidente, hago eco al llamado al presidente de la República de Guatemala, el doctor Alejandro Yamatei Falla, y cito: apostemos por el diálogo, apostemos por resolver los problemas como lo hacemos los hermanos. Es ahora o nunca. Apostemos por la paz, las futuras generaciones y la preservación de la raza humana nos lo agradecerán. Fin de la cita. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guatemala, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland.
Mr. President, in this hall in March, UN members overwhelmingly rejected Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And yet still, the Russian Federation continues its war of aggression. Ireland condemns, in the strongest possible terms, the attempts by the Russian Federation to illegally annex the Ukrainian regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. This is yet another blatant breach of the UN Charter by the Russian Federation in its war of aggression against Ukraine. Such annexation attempts have no validity under international law. Ireland condemns outright the holding of sham referenda by Russia and its proxies in Ukraine. These referenda were illegal and illegitimate. They violate the UN Charter, they violate Russia's obligations under international law, and they violate the law of occupation. Their results do not represent the freely expressed will of the people of these regions of Ukraine. Voters faced intimidation by the Russian military and by Russia's illegitimately appointed authorities in Ukraine's occupied territories. Ireland remains fully committed to the sovereignty, the independence, the unity and the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognised borders. Mr. President, let me be clear. No sham referenda or illegal annexation attempt will change Ukraine's borders. Not today, not ever. Mr. President, on the 29th of September, 10 members of the UN Security Council voted in favour of a resolution condemning Russia's illegal referendums and their illegal attempts to annex Ukrainian territory. This resolution only failed due to the Russian veto. It was a reprehensible attempt to excuse its own military aggression against Ukraine, a fellow member of our United Nations. No one country, no matter how big or powerful, should have the ability to veto the application of international law for its own aims. Ireland, and indeed many states present here today, have long called for the abolition of that veto. It is an anachronism, and today I reiterate that call. However, the use of the veto will not prevent the international community from responding to Russia's breaches of international law. It will not deter us from holding Russia accountable for its actions. In this regard, Ireland welcomes the submission of the special report as part of the veto initiative to this General Assembly. Mr. President, the latest indiscriminate attacks by Russia earlier this week on civilian populations and infrastructure represent a blatant disregard for human life and constitute a serious violation of international law and international humanitarian law. They are unconscionable. Rockets have once again landed in central Kyiv, Zaporizhia, and other Ukrainian cities. The deliberate targeting of civilians is a war crime. These actions by Russia are a serious escalation and must not go unpunished. There must be no impunity for these crimes. Ireland calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease hostilities and unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine. We call on the Russian Federation to refrain from further threats or the use of force of any kind, including nuclear weapons, against Ukraine or any other member state, which could have serious implications beyond the region. Mr. President, fellow member states, this is not just about Ukraine, this is about the entirety of the UN membership. If we fail to hold Russia accountable, we send a signal to large, powerful countries that they can prey on their neighbours with impunity. Every state relies on the rules-based international order for our prosperity, for our independence, for our sovereignty. Russia has turned its back on this order, and it is incumbent on each and every one of us to defend it. If we do not reject Russia's actions in the clearest terms, in the clearest possible terms, we allow the world to be governed by force and not through dialogue, and that is simply unacceptable. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Italy aligns itself to the statement delivered yesterday by the European Union and wishes to add some remarks in its national capacity. We reject and unequivocally condemn the illegal attempted annexation by Russia of the Ukrainian provinces of Donetsk, Kherson, Lugansk, and Zaporizhia. Such unilateral annexations is void and cannot determine any legal effect whatsoever. Italy deplores in the strongest terms the sham referendum in Ukrainian territories occupied by Russia during its war of aggression against Ukraine. Such actions constitute a flagrant breach of the UN Charter and blatantly violate international law and the principles of the Helsinki Final Act. Mr. President, far from being an exercise of self-determination, the sham referenda took place amidst widespread and systematic abuses of human rights and intimidation. It is crystal clear that they only represent the attempt to unilaterally annex territories of a sovereign state through the use of coercion and military force. Italy does not and will never recognize the illegal attempted annexation, just as it has not recognized the illegal attempted annexation of Crimea, and calls on all states to do the same. We see this not as a discretionary choice for states, but rather as our common duty under international law. Mr. President, Italy strongly condemns the recent brutal and indiscriminate Russian attacks against many cities across Ukraine, deliberately targeting civilians, and calls on Russia to put an end to its military aggression, withdraw from all Ukrainian territories, and genuinely commit to diplomatic dialogue. Italy expresses its strong support for urgent and concrete de-escalation and a peaceful resolution with respect for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, along the lines of the resolutions OP7. Russia needs to stop immediately this senseless war, which is causing huge human losses and it's having serious economic repercussions around the world and hitting the most vulnerable countries and categories of people. Italy continues to firmly stand on the side of the Ukrainian people and in defense of its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. We must all stand together to resist Russia's actions against a sovereign UN member state and uphold the principles of the UN Charter. Therefore, we call on all UN member states to support the draft resolution and vote yes. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Romania aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and I would like to add a few remarks on my national capacity. This is indeed a somber occasion. The reconvening of the 11th Emergency Special Session of this General Assembly can only mean that we are again confronted with a dire situation. And we are also confronted with a choice between accepting insecurity and lawlessness or fighting with an immovable resolve to protect and uphold the principles we agreed upon for our individual and collective good: equal sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force. The Russian Federation actions are very clear. It directed a brutal, unjustified, and unprovoked illegal military aggression against Ukraine. Russia proceeded to organize so-called illegal referenda in 4 Ukrainian regions under occupation and subsequently attempted to annex them. These actions are mere attempts to justify its illegal military occupation of territories belonging to another sovereign state and represent an irresponsible escalation of the current situation. As in the case of the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol, the actions of the Russian Federation are based on the illegal use of force, and they do represent serious violations of the most important principles and norms of international law enshrined first and foremost in the UN Charter. We also strongly condemn the recent missile attacks against civilian objectives in Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, resulting in destruction of civilian infrastructure and loss of innocent civilian lives. In the face of such flagrant violations of international law, our response must be prompt and definitive. We must condemn these actions and make clear that the so-called referenda and the attempted illegal annexation have no validity. What is more, we have a legal obligation not to recognize any alteration of the status of the Ukrainian regions concerned. And let us be clear, Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Crimea, and Sevastopol are Ukraine. The text before us is simple and straightforward. It reflects nothing more than the most well-known rules of international law. This resolution defends the UN Charter, and it ultimately attempts to protect each and every one of us present in this hall. Ukraine is a victim of forceful territorial acquisitions, and if this is left unsanctioned, it could become the worst precedent of the beginning of the decay of the international order many generations before us have strived to build in the aftermath of devastating world wars to ensure the lasting reign of peace and prosperity. But the text before us also represents something else, a building block for peace. The text calls on member states and international organizations to support the escalation and the peaceful resolution of this conflict. Peace remains our perpetual goal. And peace can be only achieved by boldly facing the aggressor and taking concrete actions to enforce the principles of international law. Negotiations while looking down the barrel of a gun cannot be called negotiations and cannot produce anything that would have any legal effect attached to it. The Russian Federation must, as a matter of urgency, reverse its illegal actions and unconditionally withdraw its military forces from the territory of Ukraine, understood within its internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the opportunity to demand exactly this with the full authority of the most representative UN organ. And I hope the result of the vote today will prove that this opportunity was not wasted. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Romania, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union. I would like to highlight a few points in my national capacity. Mr. President, for the third time this year, the General Assembly reconvenes in an emergency special session to address yet another escalation of the Russian Federation's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified war of choice against Ukraine, and because of yet another veto of the Russian Federation that prevented the Security Council from exercising its duties. While we are meeting prompted by the attempted illegal annexation by the Russian Federation of the occupied territories in the Ukrainian Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions, on Monday, Russian armed forces struck cities around Ukraine, leaving at least 12 civilians dead and more than 100 injured. Let us be clear, attacks on civilians are prohibited under international humanitarian law and thus constitute war crimes for which perpetrators will be held accountable. Mr. President, colleagues, Bulgaria categorically rejects and condemns in the strongest possible terms the attempt to the illegal annexation by the Russian Federation of the occupied territories in the Ukrainian Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions following the illegal so-called referenda that were neither free nor fair. We will never recognize it, just as we never recognized the illegal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol in 2014. Bulgaria reiterates its unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. The actions of the Russian Federation not only blatantly undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also demonstrate its strive to redraw the post-Cold War boundaries in Europe and to dismantle the existing world order. This war must end now, and the Russian Federation must end it by abiding by its international commitments and by immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. That the means of war in resolving disputes and tensions and the illegal annexation of a sovereign country's land have no place in the 21st century. Full respect of the UN Charter and international law are the only guarantee for global peace and security and the only universally effective tool that provides justice and accountability. Colleagues, we are having this debate today not because of Ukraine, but because of all of us. Today it is Ukraine. Tomorrow it could be any one of us unless we show a firm and united stance against any violation of the principles of the UN Charter and international law. The draft resolution before us does exactly that. It stands for the Charter and international law. It stands for all of us. Therefore, we ask you to vote in favor of the text before us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Le agradezco por reanudar el 11º periodo extraordinario de sesiones de emergencia de esta Asamblea General. Destaco también mi reconocimiento por la manera en que usted manejó los asuntos de procedimiento al inicio de esta 12ª reunión plenaria del periodo de sesiones de emergencia de esta Asamblea. El Ecuador siguió de cerca y con preocupación la reunión del Consejo de Seguridad del pasado 30 de septiembre, en la cual se consideró y también se vetó el proyecto de resolución que buscaba reafirmar y defender el respeto y la garantía de la integridad territorial de Ucrania. Agradecemos la presentación por el Consejo de Seguridad de un informe especial sobre dicho veto, de conformidad con la resolución 76/262 de la Asamblea General. Desde su fundación como república, el Ecuador, mi país, ha rechazado y condenado el uso de la fuerza de un Estado contra otro, en línea con los principios de nuestra política exterior y honrando nuestra vocación pacífica. No reconocemos ni reconoceremos la adquisición de territorios por la fuerza. Por esa razón, observando los principios del derecho internacional, de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, que consagran la integridad territorial de los Estados, el Ecuador rechaza los referendos realizados en los territorios bajo la ocupación militar extranjera en Donetsk, Lugansk, Gerson y Zaporilla, los cuales atentan contra la soberanía de Ucrania y carecen de validez jurídica. Por esa razón, también el Ecuador decidió copatrocinar y apoyar el proyecto de resolución contenido en el documento A/ES 11/L5 e invitamos a todas las delegaciones a hacer lo propio. Nos sumamos a los países que exigen que la Federación Rusa revoque sus decisiones de 21 de febrero y 29 de septiembre de este año relacionadas con el estatus de Donetsk, Lugansk, Gerson y Zaporilla, y que se respeten los derechos humanos y el derecho internacional en los territorios ocupados. Señor presidente, mi delegación reitera su llamado a que la Federación Rusa retire sus tropas de Ucrania de manera inmediata y a que respete la vida de sus pobladores, su soberanía, unidad, independencia y sus fronteras internacionales reconocidas. A 7 meses de iniciada la agresión contra Ucrania y ante la preocupante amenaza de que este conflicto afecte irreversiblemente a la humanidad, reiteramos nuestro apoyo a los esfuerzos que realiza el secretario general, así como a otras iniciativas que impulsen el diálogo político y las negociaciones y den una salida diplomática a esta crisis. Esto en línea con lo que ha sido solicitado por varias organizaciones regionales y subregionales, como es el caso de la Organización de Estados Americanos durante la Asamblea General realizada en Lima la semana pasada. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovakia.
Mr. President, Slovakia fully aligns itself with the statement made earlier by the distinguished representative of the European Union and wishes to add some remarks in its national capacity. Slovak Republic unequivocally condemns the attempted illegal annexation of further territories of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. In fact, it is not the first time that I am taking the floor in this emergency special session like most of my other colleagues. In fact, we were hoping earlier that the calls that we addressed in the General Assembly, especially on the aggressor, on the Russian Federation, would be heard in the interest of the people that are suffering on a daily basis and in the interest of respecting the very basic values and principles of international law and the UN Charter. Yet, it's far from being the case. And the situation, unfortunately, further escalates, including with the illegal annexations and the sham referenda, not to even mention the continued suffering of the Ukrainian people. And it has to stop. That's a call that has to be heard again in this General Assembly hall, and that we address very urgently to the representatives of the Russian Federation. We are outraged that despite calls from the majority of the world states and the international community, the Russian Federation has taken yet another step in stark contradiction to the basic democratic principles and the constitutional order of Ukraine. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, besides abusing its veto right in the Security Council, once again flagrantly violated international law, including the UN Charter, in particular the principles of independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of states. Slovakia recognizes Ukraine as an independent, sovereign state with unquestionable territorial integrity. All acts associated with the forcible acquisition of Ukrainian territory by the Russian Federation are null, void, and illegitimate. The so-called referenda in the occupied regions took place during an active armed conflict in areas under Russian occupation and cannot by any circumstances be called a true expression of the will of the people. Slovakia will never recognize these territories as anything but a part of Ukraine. We will continue to provide multifaceted support to our neighboring country of Ukraine in its just struggle to preserve its statehood, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. The pre-orchestrated sham referenda and subsequent attempted illegal annexation of parts of Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, and Zaporozhye regions, additional to previous attempted illegal annexation of Crimea, represent a deliberate escalation by the Russian Federation, which is part of its ongoing military aggression against Ukraine. We therefore once again reiterate our call on the Russian Federation to cease its military activities in Ukraine and immediately and unconditionally withdraw all its troops, military equipment, and occupation administration structures from Ukrainian territory. It was clearly already expressed before that it is Russian Federation that started the war, and it is only the Russian Federation that can end it, and it should be done immediately and without any delay. All those who participated in the preparation and implementation of the attempted illegal annexation of further parts of Ukrainian territory to the Russian Federation must be held accountable for their actions. This includes all crimes committed and now being documented in Ukraine. The accountability context remains a key component of our attention and deserves further attention from the international community and from the United Nations. I would also like to seize this opportunity to condemn once again the Russian propaganda and related distortion of facts and promotion of alternative reality, so to say, which the Russian Federation also expressed today. Slovakia totally rejects this approach and finds it highly deplorable. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to appeal to each and every delegation in this room to vote in favor of the presented draft resolution. As others have already clearly expressed, this time it is attempted illegal annexation of parts of Ukraine by Russia, but next time it might be something similar. It might be annexation of your own territory by any of your neighbors with military prevalence. This is dangerous, unacceptable, and it is in our collective interest to take collective and resolute action. The international community must send a clear signal that such behavior cannot and will not be tolerated. And exactly for this reason, this is not a vote for Ukraine or choosing between Ukraine or Russia. This is a vote between the respect of core principles of international law and the UN Charter, or complete anarchy and arbitrariness, between the power of law and the power of force. I think we should all be clear what we want to vote for and on which side we want to be in this important issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovakia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, we are here today to once again address the situation in Ukraine. 7 months have now passed since the UN General Assembly emergency special session was first called on this matter in March. Since then, the international community has condemned the Russian Federation's armed invasion against Ukraine and urged the peaceful resolution of conflict. Unfortunately, Russia has not answered the repeated calls of the international community. The unprovoked aggression has tragically continued, killing thousands and displacing millions of Ukrainians. We were especially shocked by the recent Russian missile attacks targeting cities and innocent civilians across Ukraine. Russia even announced the annexation of parts of Ukraine territory while combat is still underway in those regions. Most members of this august body have repeatedly referred, almost mantra-like, to the importance of national sovereignty and territorial integrity as a basic principle of international relations. Today, the Republic of Korea joins many others in unequivocally reiterating its support for the sovereignty, political independence, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. My government does not recognize the so-called referenda held under military coercion in Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, and cannot accept Russia's attempt to divide Ukrainian territory. The Republic of Korea, through its own painful experiences, can testify that any attempt to divide a nation in any form or method is merely the beginning of lasting, very serious troubles rather than a solution. We should also recall the regrettable part of our history when the League of Nations, the UN's predecessor, started to collapse in the 1930s when expansionist military powers invaded neighboring countries. All of us are well aware of the ensuing horrors. All of us here today owe it to ourselves to prove in the eyes of the future generations that the United Nations can fulfill its mandate now. Mr. President, the core values of the United Nations are at stake today, As the Secretary General made clear in his statement, any annexation of a state's territory by another state resulting from the threat or use of force is a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and the principles of international law. Russia's illegal actions will not be accepted nor tolerated by the international community. In this regard, my delegation notes with deep interest that the DPRK is the only country so far to issue a statement endorsing the so-called referenda and supporting the Russian annexation. Beforehand, only 2 countries, including the DPRK, recognized Donetsk and Luhansk as independent states. Mr. President, this is why the President of the Republic of Korea emphasized in this chamber last month that member states altogether have to overcome threats to freedom and peace through international cooperation, solidarity, and a fearless commitment to universal norms consolidated within the UN system. As we seek ways to further contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security, the Republic of Korea has joined the co-sponsorship of this important resolution. We also provided and pledged $100 million worth of assistance to Ukraine, which includes the provision of medical items as well as flexible funding in response to the UN-led appeal. We will continue to support ongoing efforts by the Secretary General and regional and international organizations. Lastly, Mr. President, my delegation is deeply concerned about Russia's recent escalatory nuclear rhetoric against non-nuclear states, which squarely contradicts the joint leaders' statement by the P5 in January of this year. We call on Russia to assume their due and special responsibilities as a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the Security Council by translating its crucial commitment in the statement into actions. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Mr. President, colleagues, Australia is proud to stand alongside Ukraine and many, many other member states here today. Member states determined to uphold the UN Charter. Member states determined to condemn Russia's sham referenda in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Member states determined to condemn Russia's illegal attempted annexation of Ukrainian territory. We remain committed to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognised borders. Mr. President, let's be absolutely clear. Russia's sham referenda in the occupied areas of Ukraine have no legal effects. Let me repeat that. Russia's sham referenda in the occupied areas of Ukraine have no legal effect. Russia's attempted annexation is illegal. It's a dangerous escalation. And we urge all member states to support the resolution before us. Doing so will demonstrate our unreserved commitment to upholding international law, including our obligations under the UN Charter. Mr. President, we all seek a peaceful and prosperous world where sovereignty and territorial integrity are respected. We must show all those contemplating acts of aggression that the international community stands together in firm defence of these principles. Mr. President, Australia will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine. Australia responded swiftly to President Putin's attempted illegal annexation of the Ukrainian regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson and Zaporizhia, with additional targeted financial sanctions and travel bans on 28 Russian-appointed separatists, ministers and senior officials. Australia has also filed an intervention in the International Court of Justice case brought by Ukraine against Russia, supporting Ukraine's claims that Russia has violated the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Mr. President, colleagues, these actions underscore Australia's support for Ukraine and the resolution before us today, and reinforce Australia's strong objection to the actions of President Putin and those carrying out his orders. Mr. President, Australia continues to call on Russia to comply with its obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, and immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine. Mr. President, we call for peace, a peace that is not just the absence of war, but that enables the people of Ukraine to live according to their own rules, according to their own sovereignty, and to have their own freedom. Australia pays tribute to the remarkable resilience and the remarkable courage shown by the Ukrainian people. Colleagues, now is the time for the international community to show courage and conviction in support of Ukraine. Now is the time to act together. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Señor Presidente, el artículo 2 de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y que rige la convivencia internacional señala que se debe evitar el uso o la amenaza del uso de la fuerza contra la integridad territorial e independencia política de los Estados, resolver las controversias por medios pacíficos y cumplir de buena fe las obligaciones asumidas. En este sentido, la soberanía, la independencia y la integridad territorial de cada uno de los Estados miembros de las Naciones Unidas, incluida la de Ucrania, debe ser respetada y protegida. Chile, fiel cumplidor de la Carta de Naciones y del derecho internacional, reitera su compromiso con la soberanía, independencia e integridad territorial de Ucrania, por lo que considera sin valor jurídico los referéndums en las regiones y ciudades de Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson y Zaporilla. Además, reafirma la necesidad de que Rusia retire sus tropas, respete la integridad territorial y la soberanía de Ucrania, la que también incluye a Crimea. La comunidad internacional no puede ser indiferente de este intento de anexión ilegal de las regiones ucranianas. Nada justifica violar los señalados principios del artículo 2 de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Chile respalda la declaración del secretario general del día jueves 29 de septiembre, donde señala que la Carta de las Naciones Unidas es clara. Toda anexión del territorio de un Estado por parte de otro Estado que sea resultado de la amenaza o el uso de la fuerza es una violación de los principios de la Carta y del derecho internacional. Resaltamos la labor en terreno y esfuerzos que realizan distintos actores en pos de garantizar la paz y la seguridad de toda la población. Asimismo, destacamos las gestiones diplomáticas que países como Turquía, el Coordinador de Crisis para Ucrania y organizaciones regionales están efectuando con el objeto de lograr una solución pacífica a través del diálogo entre las partes involucradas. Señor presidente, el Gobierno de Chile manifiesta una vez más su total repudio y condena en los términos más enérgicos a los crímenes de guerra perpetrados en territorio ucraniano, controlado por las fuerzas rusas, que han sido dados a conocer por la misión de investigación de las Naciones Unidas en Ucrania. Desde una perspectiva de paz y seguridad internacional, esta guerra nos ha hecho retroceder decenas de años cuando se vuelven a escuchar amenazas irresponsables de uso de armas nucleares. Es por todo lo anterior, señor presidente, que mi país ha decidido copatrocinar el proyecto de resolución presentado ante esta Asamblea. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam's consistent position related to the basic conduct of international relations has been time and again reiterated. We have always believed in the utmost importance of ensuring full respect for the fundamental principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Such principles include sovereign equality among states, peaceful settlement of disputes, non-interference in matters within the domestic jurisdiction of states, and refrainment from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state. But the most sacrosanct and supreme among them all is respect for national sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all states. All nations must fully abide by their obligations and commitment under treaties that they are parties to, including the recognition of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states in their internationally recognized borders. That must be the principle that all states have to fully uphold in their international relations. That is the prerequisite for international peace and security. Mr. President, such earnest belief in these fundamental principles stem dearly from Vietnam's own history. Having suffered from decades of wars to defend and reunify our nation, Vietnam understands firsthand the value of peace and cooperation. Regrettably, since the foundation of the United Nations, we have over and over again had to bear witness to wrongful courses of action that have wrought havoc for many nations and people. In the face of such challenges, throughout the decades, the Vietnamese people have strived for the righteous struggle shared by all progressive peoples, especially in our common advocate for the promotion of friendly relations among states and against the threat or use of force in violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. It is therefore with a heavy heart that we have been closely following the situation relating to Ukraine. We are particularly gravely concerned over recent development, which may lead to further escalation and suffering, and heighten the risk of miscalculation and confrontation beyond anyone's imaginations. With grave impact for international peace, security, stability, development, and cooperation. The longer this continues, the farther we are from an acceptable settlement of disputes among parties concerned. Furthermore, this is happening even when the multidimensional consequences for our peoples have now been felt deeply across regions, with the burning issues that we all heard from leaders at the high-level general debate just a few days ago. Vietnam once more reiterates our consistent call for the exercise of utmost restraint, immediate cessation of hostilities, as well as avoiding actions that may further escalate the situation. We also call for an early resumption of dialogue and negotiations with a view to achieving a comprehensive solution acceptable to all, taking into account the legitimate interests and concerns of all parties in accordance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. It is also important to ensure safety and security for the people and critical civilian infrastructure, including nuclear facilities. The international community must join hands to create an environment conducive to such ends. That depends on refraining from actions that may drive the parties further apart and further delay the prospect of settlement. It is important to bear in mind that what is at stake is the interest of peace, stability, and development of all states concerned, not only Europe, but also the world as a whole. But first and foremost, the concerns and daily lives of each and every people who are suffering on the ground now. We therefore call on international partners to provide further efforts for humanitarian assistance for those in need. We commend the operations by various UN agencies and other regional and international agencies in this regard. At the same time, it is important to continue efforts aimed at de-escalation and mediation among parties concerned through all possible channels. We welcome efforts by the Secretary General and other relevant partners for their tireless endeavors in helping bring all parties together. Vietnam stands ready to constructively contribute to these diplomatic efforts and to the reconstruction and restoration in Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Señor Presidente, señor Secretario General, Colombia rechaza el uso de la fuerza contra la integridad territorial o la independencia política de cualquier país porque constituye una violación directa a los propósitos y principios fundamentales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y del Derecho Internacional. Recuerda el contenido de la Resolución 2625 de la Asamblea General adoptada en 1970, según la cual no se reconocerá como legal ninguna adquisición territorial resultante de la amenaza o del uso de la fuerza. Precisamente por eso, votaremos a favor de la resolución en defensa de esos principios, deberes y derechos contemplados en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Señor Presidente, Colombia reitera su rechazo a la guerra y la violencia bajo cualquier circunstancia. Igualmente, mi país, consecuente con su política de paz total, exhorta a las partes a buscar una salida negociada y pacífica. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czechia.
Mr. President, Czechia fully aligns itself with the EU statement, and I would like to add the following in my national capacity. Despite numerous calls by the international community to immediately stop its military aggression against Ukraine, the Russian Federation has decided to further escalate its aggressive war by supporting the illegal so-called referenda, by mobilization of its citizens, and by repeated threats to use nuclear weapons. Bearing witness to that are the ongoing cowardly missile attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure in many Ukrainian cities and in the very center of Kiev. Putin's regime once again flagrantly violates the basic principles of the UN Charter and international law and threatens security of Europe as well as the very nature of the current global order. Changing the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine by force constitutes a clear and serious breach of the UN Charter. This step has absolutely no validity under international law. Many world leaders had warned about the predicted outcome of the illegal sham referenda even before their falsified results were announced. We urge all UN member states to reject this illegal annexation by voting yes for the present draft resolution. Russian illegal actions already show their damaging global impact. As they multiply, every member of the international community is now threatened by such unscrupulous conduct. Mr. President, we have not recognized the illegal annexation of Crimea, and we will never recognize the illegal annexation of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson oblasts of Ukraine. We will never recognize any decision taken by Russia following the attempted illegal annexation, including the simplified procedure to obtain Russian citizenship and Russian passports. Czechia reiterates its full support for sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders and territorial waters. Organizing fake voting amidst the war is yet another proof that Ukrainian citizens are facing widespread and systematic human rights abuses and intimidation by Russia and its illegally appointed authorities in the temporarily occupied territories. The manipulated public vote presents no expression of the real free will of the local Ukrainian citizens who are exposed to inhuman conditions, brutal torture, and mass killings. All perpetrators of the most serious crimes under international law must be held accountable, same as those involved in organizing such sham voting. Czechia supports the creation of a special international tribunal to bring to justice the official representatives of the Russian Federation responsible for the crime of aggression against the neighboring state as they seek to destroy its free existence. Once again, we strongly urge the Russian Federation to stop this war and immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw its troops from the territory of Ukraine. Russian actions gravely damage the global economy and food security of many countries gathered here today. Furthermore, it seriously threatens the rules-based international order and harms all UN member states. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Czechia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, today the situation of the Ukraine is now focusing the attention of the international community. The self-determination is the legal right of the people to decide their own destiny and international relation. Also, the self-determination is legitimate right to freely choose their sovereignty and international political status without interference from others as a basic principle stipulated in UN Charter and the other international law. The residents in People's Republic of Donetsk, People's Republic of Luhansk, and the regions of the Kherson and Zaporozhye have the due right to freely determine and choose their sovereignty and international political status at their own discretion. The people in those regions have exercised their due right through referenda, the hold from 23 to 27 September 2022. We recognize that the referenda were conducted in accordance with the UN Charter and international law, which stipulate principles of the equal rights and self-determination of people. Therefore, we respect the will of the people in People's Republic of the Donetsk, People's Republic of the Lugansk, and the regions of the Kherson and Zaporozhye, who aspire to integration into the Russian Federation and support the position of the government of the Russian Federation of the making of said regions component of the Russian Federation. We strongly insist that principle of self-determination enshrined in the UN Charter international law must not be applied in selective and partial manner. Mr. President, we clearly remember that sovereignty and territorial integrity of the former Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya were violated brutally by the United States and Western countries under the pretext of international peace and security. But unlawful and illegal acts of the Western countries have never been called into question in UN Security Council. It is absurd for Western countries that they have devastated sovereign states in the past are talking about respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine, of the referenda holding People's Republic of the Donetsk and Lugansk, and the regions of the Kherson and Zaporozhye. Even today, the United States interfere in internal affairs of sovereign states and infringe upon their legal rights by abusing UN Security Council in order to maintain hegemonic unipolar world. This is the same old trick of the United States, and the world is witnessing a lot of the similar illegal acts, not only in 20th century, but also 21st century. High-handedness and arbitrary practice and the partial and double standard acts can never be tolerated in any case. In conclusion, we strongly believe that the result of the referenda took place in People's Republic of Donetsk and Lugansk and the regions of the Kherson and Zaporozhye must be respected in accordance with the basic principle of self-determination and non-interference in internal affairs of others. Also, the position of any sovereign state must be respected on this floor. But one previous speaker just before mentioned the position of the DPRK. His remark is mostly politically motivated remark. Of course, I can fully understand that he can say that because his country is not a sovereign state. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, at the outset, my delegation welcomes the resumption of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly to consider the critical issue of so-called referendums held illegally by the Russian Federation in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine in the regions of Kherson, Zaporozhye, Donetsk, and Luhansk. While the Republic of Moldova aligns itself with the EU statement, I would like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. Distinguished delegates, for more than 8 months now, our neighboring country, Ukraine, is defending its territory from the Russian Federation unprovoked war of aggression, which has triggered the largest humanitarian and refugee crisis in Europe since the end of the Second World War, prompted global food shortages, economic downturn, and deepened the European energy crisis. The reports of massive human rights violation and disrespect for international humanitarian as well as international law are stated. We have all been appalled by the massive Russian missile attacks conducted recently against Ukrainian cities, especially civilian and critical infrastructure. These attacks are causing human losses and suffering and significant destruction. According to the verified airspace monitoring data, 3 of cruise missiles launched from the Russian military ships located in the Black Sea on targets in Ukraine have crossed Moldovan airspace. The Republic of Moldova firmly condemns the violation of its sovereign airspace. This incident created serious risks to the security of the Republic of Moldova. Any escalation is also increasing the security risks for the entire region and to the Republic of Moldova as an immediate neighbor of Ukraine. Now, these risks include not only those posed by the use of conventional arms, but also of nuclear ones. We express deep and great concern about the military activities in and around Ukraine's nuclear sites and the dangerous rhetoric about the possible use of nuclear weapons. All these worrying developments pose a major threat not only for the region, but also for the entire world. In this sense, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of stopping the shelling in and around those sites with a view to avoiding catastrophic consequences. The Republic of Moldova strongly condemns the so-called referendums illegally organized by the Russian Federation in the territory-occupied Ukrainian regions of Kherson, Zaporozhye, Donetsk, and Lugansk. Conducting these pseudo-referendums during the ongoing war and using them as a pretext to annex a part of Ukrainian sovereign territory occupied by force is a severe infringement of the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity and other fundamentals of the international law. The Republic of Moldova does not and will not recognize the results of these illegal actions and reiterates its steadfast support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. In the light of the above, my delegation co-authored and will vote in favor of a resolution entitled Territorial Integrity of Ukraine, Defending the Principles of the United Nations Charter. The Republic of Moldova calls once again the Russian Federation to stop its aggression and immediately withdraw its military forces from the sovereign Ukrainian territory. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Federal States of Micronesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shall be very brief. The brevity of my statement does not in any way diminish the grave concern of my delegation on recent developments in Ukraine and of the importance we attach to the issue before this Assembly. Micronesia aligns its statement with a statement delivered earlier by the permanent representative of Fiji on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. My delegation appreciates the timely resumption of the emergency special session as we are deeply troubled by the events of recent days. We do not recognize the so-called referenda held in the 4 occupied regions and rejects any attempt by the Russian Federation to incorporate Ukrainian territory. The annexation of Ukrainian territory by the Russian Federation is yet again another violation of the principles of our United Nations Charter and international law. Micronesia fully supports the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders and calls the immediate withdrawal of all Russian forces from said territory. Finally, Micronesia has co-sponsored the resolution and will vote yes. We encourage all members of this Assembly to uphold the UN Charter and vote in favor of the resolution. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the federal states of Micronesia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Croatia aligns itself with the EU statement. I would like to add some remarks in my national capacity. In just a couple of months, Russian aggression on Ukraine has moved a long way, from a so-called special military operation to a brink of a nuclear Armageddon. Tens of thousands have died so far, hundreds of thousands or even millions may in future. Have we done enough to stop it? The crimes committed are piling up. It started with a crime of aggression and continued with war crimes and crimes against humanity. We are meeting today because of yet another most recent crime, illegal annexation of the temporarily occupied territories in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the aggression on Ukraine clearly demonstrates the weakness of our institutional capacity to protect countries as well as populations from occupation and atrocity crimes, especially when the aggressor is one of the permanent members of the Security Council. It is obvious that we need to improve the UN's prevention and protection capacity, but that does not relieve us of the responsibility to do as much as we can within the existing institutional framework. When the Security Council was blocked because of the veto power before, we have taken a joint action through the GA, overwhelmingly condemning the crime of aggression, warning that there would be accountability for the crimes committed, and isolating the perpetrator. Now we should do the same and show resolve and provide decisive response to this attempt of annexation, which is null and void and cannot produce any legal effects under international law. We must reject and condemn it in the strongest and clearest terms. By doing that, we are not only protecting Ukraine, but also our own sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as the UN Charter, the rule-based international order, and the future of our children. The resolution before us, unfortunately, is not legally binding, but its strength comes from the widespread condemnation of this illegal annexation as yet another violation of international law by the Russian Federation. However, the International Court of Justice did issue a legally binding order requesting the Russian Federation to immediately stop its military operation in Ukraine. Blatantly ignoring it, the Russian Federation continued with its aggression, and now, when the situation in the battlefield is changing in Ukraine's favor, it is escalating the conflict through partial mobilization, illegal annexation, and targeting of the crucial civilian infrastructure as well as civilians themselves. What kind of greed for imperial power and land grab is inciting the leadership of the largest country in the world to annex territory of its brotherly neighbors and sacrifice tens of thousands of lives of Ukrainians, as well as of its own citizens, for this sickening plan? To expose to food insecurity, energy shortages, setback in development, and the danger of possible nuclear Armageddon the whole world. It is a sort of greed that can swallow our whole planet if we let it happen. We must stand together and protect Ukraine, the Charter of the UN, and our own future. We, the peoples, are watching us today as well as our vote. Let us not disappoint them. A yes vote for this resolution is a vote for the just peace in Ukraine, as well as the re-establishment of the rule of law in international relations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Croatia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, Hungary aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states, and I wish to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Hungary reaffirms its unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty within its internationally recognized borders. With regard to the so-called referenda held in the occupied territories of Ukraine, we firmly reject and unequivocally condemn the illegal annexation by Russia of Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. The referenda are not only blatantly violating the fundamental rights of Ukraine to sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, but also several of the core principles as enshrined in the UN Charter and international law. We will never recognize the illegal referenda, neither the illegal annexation. Furthermore, we reaffirm that Ukraine is exercising its legitimate right to defend itself against the Russian aggression, to regain full control of its territory, and has the right to liberate occupied territories within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, the UN Charter is not optional. Every member state represented in this chamber have to abide by the rules that were set out to protect the international order. If one member state decides to disregard the rules, there will undoubtedly be others who will not feel obliged to respect these rules. Today, it is the sovereignty of Ukraine. Tomorrow, it might be another state, another principle disregarded, another fundamental right violated. We need to be clear that the action of the Russian Federation is a violation of rights today, and if we fail to step up against it, it could be improperly misconstrued as a precedent in the future. Therefore, our common determination to protect the rules-based international order and international law shall be strong and united. Mr. President, we must also stress that any use or any threat of use of weapons of mass destruction is contrary to the provisions of international law, including the UN Charter or the commitments parties made inter alia in the Budapest Memorandum or the NPT review conferences. Let me be clear. Hungary condemns any threat of a nuclear war. A nuclear war cannot be won and therefore must never be fought. Mr. President, sadly, after more than half a year in this conflict, we are witnessing worrying trends and still do not see any signs of the cessation of the hostilities. It is our view that the conflict is on an alarmingly wrong trajectory that foreseeably only leads to a further spiral of escalation. We see around the globe that after barely recovering from the worst pandemic in more than a century, as a result of the war in Ukraine, too many member states find themselves to be in a particularly vulnerable situation, faced with unprecedented interlocking crises. Energy, food, water crisis, and the adverse effects of climate change, exacerbated by a cost of living crisis, pile on the hardship of people around the world, putting the resilience of member states to a test. As a result, uncertainty and political upheaval is growing across the world. with potentially far-reaching ramifications to international peace and security, putting the hard-won gains in sustainable development into jeopardy. From the perspective of Hungary, the war is on our neighboring country. It constitutes a great risk, security risk, with a multidimensional effect on our society. The ensuing rise in the cost of food, energy, and fuel poses a real challenge to us. Furthermore, as winter approaches, we also expect the humanitarian needs stemming from the war only to grow. On a wider horizon, the energy supply routes are being disrupted regionally. As a result, our continent is facing its most severe energy crisis, which also threatens the European economy falling into recession. Faced with these challenges, what we need today, probably more than ever, is dialogue and diplomacy. Therefore, in conclusion, Mr. President, let me reiterate Hungary's urgent call for peace. We have to use whatever tool available for facilitating peace. We have to help this conflict to come to an end as soon as possible. We cannot allow this aggression to threaten all what the international community has achieved under the umbrella of international law in the past 77 years since the adoption of the UN Charter. We need to restore peace, set firmly upon the edifice of the rules-based international order. For all the above reasons, Hungary will vote in favor of the resolution and encourage the others to do the same. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Hungary, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain.
Señor presidente, España suscribe plenamente la intervención de la Unión Europea en apoyo al texto de resolución e integridad territorial de Ucrania, defendiendo los principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. España quiere reiterar, en los términos más categóricos, su condena contra los simulacros de consulta en partes del territorio ucraniano temporalmente bajo control militar ruso, así como las medidas tomadas por las autoridades rusas tendentes a la anexión ilegal de dichos territorios a la Federación Rusa. Con estas medidas, Rusia ha vuelto a demostrar su falta de respeto hacia los principios, valores y normas consagrados en la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Rusia persiste en su violación continuada y flagrante del derecho internacional y de sus principios más básicos, en particular los de la soberanía e integridad territorial de los Estados, que el pasado mes de marzo esta Asamblea General condenó sin paliativos. El secretario general de Naciones Unidas volvió también a condenarlo el 29 de septiembre pasado. Nunca reconoceremos estos intentos de anexión ilegal por parte de Rusia. España reitera su apoyo a la soberanía e integridad territorial de Ucrania dentro de sus fronteras internacionalmente reconocidas y exigimos la retirada inmediata, completa e incondicional de todas las tropas rusas del territorio ucraniano. Mientras tanto, como ya hicimos en marzo, hacemos un llamamiento a un inmediato alto el fuego y respaldamos los esfuerzos del secretario general Guterres y de los Estados miembros que trabajan para desacelerar la guerra y buscar una solución pacífica que solo puede venir del respeto al derecho internacional. Esta Asamblea vuelve a reunirse ante el veto de la Federación Rusa que bloquea el funcionamiento del Consejo de Seguridad mientras amenaza con utilizar armamento nuclear. Esto es inaceptable y una violación de la Carta. Las acciones de Rusia socavan los fundamentos de la arquitectura de seguridad internacional y amenazan directamente la paz y la estabilidad globales. La comunidad internacional no puede permitirse la creación de un precedente que tendría, sin duda, consecuencias catastróficas en el futuro. Por todo ello, pedimos una condena firme y enérgica de la comunidad internacional contra las acciones rusas mediante el copatrocinio y el apoyo a esta resolución sobre integridad territorial de Ucrania. Es precisamente en esta sede donde debemos reafirmar las normas y principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain, and I now give
the floor to the distinguished representative of Cyprus.
Mr. President, my delegation fully subscribes to the statement of the European Union and wishes to make some additional remarks. Cyprus condemns the illegal and illegitimate holding of the so-called referenda in the occupied regions of Ukraine, as well as their subsequent attempted annexation by the Russian Federation. International law is clear. First, the prohibition of the use of force is one of the foundations of the UN Charter. Boundaries cannot be altered by the use of force. Second, an occupying power cannot gain sovereignty over the territory it unlawfully occupies through an attempt of unilateral secession or otherwise. Third, a referendum cannot take place unilaterally without the consent of the government of the territorial state. The occupying power must respect its obligations under international humanitarian law, including the Hague Regulations of 1907 and Geneva Conventions. Fourth, in no circumstances can these so-called referenda be considered as an exercise of right of self-determination through remedial secession. Cyprus is strongly opposed to any modification of the fundamental principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, which is essential for the stability of states and for the international relations between them. Furthermore, we reiterate that states have a legal duty to withhold recognition of acts in violation of norms of international law of peremptory character, such as the creation of an illegal territorial situation by use of force. International law must remain the compass by which states are guided, and it must be applied consistently and globally. Cyprus, as a country that remains divided for almost 50 years as a consequence of the crime of aggression, and as a country who is fully committed to promoting the respect for international law, adds its voice to the international law in defense of the United Nations Charter and the rule of law. Multilateralism and no recourse to unilateral action must guide the conduct of states with a view to the maintenance of international peace and security. We remain deeply concerned about the effectiveness of our system of collective security and disappointed for the fact that the UN Security Council has failed to do everything in its power to prevent and end the war in Ukraine. We fully believe that there is only one way out: diplomacy, not war. Cyprus will vote in favor of the draft resolution under discussion entitled Territorial Integrity of Ukraine, defending the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and also encourages all member states to also support it. In closing, I wish to reiterate that my country remains fully committed to the sovereignty, unity, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cyprus, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Señor Presidente, como lo hemos expresado en diferentes foros multilaterales con relación a la guerra en Ucrania, la República Argentina reitera, como ya lo manifestara en relación con Crimea, que será solo a través del pleno apego a los principios consagrados en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, el respeto del derecho internacional, a la soberanía de los Estados y su integridad territorial, que se podrá arribar a soluciones que sean justas y duraderas para todos los actores políticos y sociales. La Argentina ha mantenido una posición consistente en contra de la adquisición de territorios por la fuerza y en defensa del principio de integridad territorial. Por ello, la República Argentina condena la agresión a Ucrania y reitera a la Federación Rusa que cese inmediatamente en el uso ilegítimo de la fuerza y las operaciones militares en territorio ucraniano. En este contexto, no consideramos conforme a derecho las referenda celebradas en los territorios ocupados en Ucrania del 23 al 27 de septiembre. Señor presidente, todo intento de quebrantar parcial o totalmente la unidad nacional y la integridad territorial de un Estado o país o su independencia política por la fuerza es incompatible con los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Ellos suponen un intento de quebrantar la integridad territorial de Ucrania en tanto no han sido consentidos por el gobierno de dicho país. Por lo tanto, desde el punto de vista del derecho internacional, dichos referéndums son nulos, carecen de valor legal y no alteran el estatus de dichos territorios. Por las razones expuestas, apoyaremos el proyecto de resolución que rechaza la pretendida anexión rusa de territorios ucranianos y votaremos a favor de él. Señor presidente, renovamos el llamamiento al secretario general y a todas las instancias multilaterales existentes a cooperar de manera urgente para desactivar este conflicto y regresar a la mesa de negociaciones para alcanzar una solución a través del diálogo y de todos los medios pacíficos que puedan servir para detener la violencia. La reciente pandemia, el cambio climático, la precarización de las condiciones de vida en regiones enteras, los enormes desplazamientos de millones de personas nos han demostrado, entre otros desafíos globales, que no son la agenda del futuro, sino problemas urgentes que la comunidad internacional debe afrontar con premura. El tiempo corre en nuestra contra y no nos podemos permitir seguir hablando de guerra. Un pasado trágico cuyas consecuencias todos conocemos y que nos hemos comprometido en 1945 a dejar atrás. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for reconvening this emergency special session, and thank you for your leadership in these challenging and sober times. Portugal aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and I would like to add a few additional remarks in our national capacity. Portugal firmly condemns the so-called referenda organized by the Russian Federation and its subsequent annexation of the Ukrainian territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, which constitutes a clear violation of international law and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Portugal considers this referenda and annexation illegal, null, and void, and does not recognize any of its political or legal effects. We reaffirm our support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its international recognized borders, and for Ukraine's right to self-defense in the face of ongoing foreign aggression. Mr. President, one cannot claim to be defending the interests of populations by bringing further death and destruction to their doorstep. No security concern could ever be a legitimate reason to invade a neighboring country that posed no threat to the Russian Federation. We cannot be indifferent against these annexations. We cannot turn a blind eye to a decision that compromises the stability of an international order built collectively over 77 years. An international order based on the principles of the rule of law, equal sovereignty, peace and defense of human rights. These are principles that we cannot compromise. We cannot stand still and silence on the ongoing rhetoric on the possible use of nuclear weapons. This is totally unacceptable. We cannot be silent when we witness the shocking and indiscriminate shelling of civilian targets across Ukraine's cities, scaling up the violence and the unbearable death toll of this war. The authors of these and other attacks should be held accountable under international law. We cannot be silent when we see the spillover effects from the war in Ukraine jeopardize millions of people's food and energy security. We fully support the efforts coordinated by the UN to address the global impact of the conflict, and we call for the renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We commend the Secretary General's courageous leadership in this regard and this vision for a much-needed new agenda for peace. Mr. President, the Russian Federation must stop this war and withdraw from Ukraine. And we must continue to address the situation collectively to preserve a rules-based international order, to stand for the rule of law, to abide by the principles of peace and security that are the foundation of this organization, and to uphold the UN Charter. This is why we co-sponsored and we will vote in favor of the resolution before us, and we strongly encourage others to do the same. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Portugal, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Greece allies with the statement delivered by the European Union and would like to add the following in our national capacity. Today's debate concerns each and every member state. It is about upholding the Charter of the United Nations and the core principles of our organization. It is about respecting the most basic principles of international law. Greece reiterates what has been said in this chamber. The UN Charter is clear. Article 2, paragraph 4 of the UN Charter stipulates all members shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of any state. This is the guiding principle underpinning the UN Charter, and all states should abide to it. Respect of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all countries form the cornerstone of international law and the main pillar of the Greek foreign policy. This is not merely our unwavering principled position. This is the foundation of international order. Revisionism is the main threat to world peace, no matter where it comes from. Violations of international law, no matter whom they target, are a threat to us all. Any unprovoked aggression, any decision, any threat that targets the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a member state cannot and should not be tolerated and has no place in the 21st century. We can make no exceptions, and we must maintain a consistent stance across the board. We will not allow a dangerous precedent which would give the green light for similar attacks and violations of international law globally and against other respective members of the international community. Any act that is undermining the rules-based international order and violating the fundamental rights of Ukraine to independence and sovereignty cannot be recognized. If we do not condemn the actions of the Russian Federation in Ukraine today, then we open the way for similar attacks on any and all of our countries tomorrow. Now it is the time to show solidarity and a strong commitment to peace and stability. Our message should be clear and strong, upholding the fundamental principles of our Charter and international law. We categorically condemn the illegal annexation of Ukraine's regions Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson, which constitutes a flagrant violation of international law. It is null and void and cannot produce any legal effect whatsoever. Greece will spare no efforts for the protection of the Greek community in Ukraine, especially in the east, and all the civilians that are subjected to immense unnecessary suffering. Greece will spare no efforts for justice to be done. We mobilize with our partners to combat impunity for war crimes and crimes against humanity, including gender-based violence. Greece will spare no efforts towards peace and upholding the principles of our Charter. Today, we vote in favor. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liberia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, as the United Nations, we continue to witness inexcusable acts of violence and forceful annexation of regions within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Donetsk. This is one of the unprecedented moments in international history and one that leaves an indelible stain on our great charter. Once again, there is a territorial integrity issue. Russia's sham referenda and forceful annexation of the aforementioned 4 Ukrainian territories is in flagrant violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, the United Nations Charter and international law, as well as global peace and stability. Article 2 of the UN Charter states that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purpose of the United Nations. This article prohibits the threat of use of force by UN member states and calls on all members to respect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of other states. Liberia condemns the violence, threats of violence, and other acts of intimidation increasingly taking place in Ukraine by Russia, and joins other member states in calling for an end to the chaos and tumult that has been incited in favor of calm and peaceful actions. My delegation wishes to emphasize our position that Ukraine deserves our support in all its efforts to maintain its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. My country furthermore calls upon member states to make all efforts to prevail upon the invading nation, Russia, to cease all the hostilities and the consequent humanitarian disaster and untold suffering of women and children and other vulnerable people of Ukraine. It is imperative, Mr. President, that we act within the framework of the United Nations Charter at all times to promote peaceful coexistence globally. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Liberia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Belgique s'aligne pleinement sur la déclaration faite par l'Union européenne. Je souhaite insister, en ma capacité nationale, sur les points suivants essentiels au bon fonctionnement de l'ordre international basé sur le droit que nous appelons tous de nos vœux. Je m'adresse à vous en tant que représentant d'un pays qui mesure la valeur du multilatéralisme, un pays qui, par son histoire, est conscient du patrimoine commun à tous les États membres que représente la Charte des Nations Unies. Faut-il rappeler devant l'escalade en cours que la grave situation actuelle a une seule et unique cause, le fait qu'un État ait fait le choix d'envahir un État souverain voisin afin de tenter d'annexer illégalement et par la force une partie du territoire de celui-ci. Les conséquences de cette action illégale et violente sont malheureusement ressenties par l'ensemble des membres de cette organisation. Elles mettent gravement en danger la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable en accentuant l'insécurité alimentaire et énergétique mondiale. La violation de la Charte des Nations Unies a été constatée et condamnée par cette Assemblée en mars dernier. Aucune violation de la Charte des Nations Unies ne peut rester sans réaction. En plus de ne pas respecter la Charte et le droit international régissant les relations interétatiques, les violations du droit international humanitaire se répètent, se multiplient. Ce lundi encore, des villes de forte concentration de populations civiles ont été bombardées de manière indiscriminée. La protection des civils est un vain mot pour l'agresseur. Mais ce qui est en jeu aujourd'hui, c'est le respect de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine, un État souverain. La Belgique ne reconnaîtra pas la tentative d'annexion de terrains conquis par la guerre. La Belgique ne reconnaîtra pas ces référendums qui ne respectent aucune règle. Ces annexions sont, comme l'a rappelé le secrétaire général Guterres, illégales. Le projet de résolution devant nous aujourd'hui a été élaboré de façon inclusive et transparente, en appui de la Charte des Nations Unies. De nombreux pays, petits et grands, de zones géographiques et profils divers y ont contribué. La Belgique appuie pleinement ce projet de résolution et appelle les autres États membres à en faire de même. La Belgique se joint par conséquent à ceux nombreux qui appellent au retrait immédiat, complet et sans condition de toutes les forces militaires de la Fédération de Russie, du territoire ukrainien et le retour à ses frontières internationalement reconnues, comme cette Assemblée l'a déjà fait. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belgium, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Mr. President, emergency special session is convened yet again on the situation that is deteriorating. Japan condemns, in the strongest possible terms, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, including Russia's recent missile attacks against cities across Ukraine, leading to the death of innocent civilians, and its continued infringement upon Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Russia's attempted illegal annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia regions into the territory of the Russian Federation by force clearly breaches the United Nations Charter and international law. Japan firmly believes that the General Assembly shall not accept such outrageous actions by Russia. Those actions by Russia have no validity and cannot form the basis for any alteration of the status of these regions of Ukraine. This was clearly stated by Secretary General Guterres as well. Those unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force shall shake the very foundation of the international order and must not occur at any corner of the globe. The Security Council had the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, but it failed to act because of the veto cast by Russia, which Japan categorically deplores. In this time of trial, Japan is determined to defend the Charter and multilateralism. Mr. President, my dear colleagues in this General Assembly Hall, the vote on this resolution is not about choosing sides, but rather reflects our collective commitment to upholding the rule of law. Japan trusts the member states to join us in defending the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Georgia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and let me add a few remarks in my national capacity. For more than 7 months now, we continue to witness devastating consequences of Russia's full-scale military aggression against Ukraine. Number of civilian casualties in Ukraine and other gross violations of human rights and international humanitarian law has been mounting. We are gravely concerned by the recent deliberate targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure in the number of Ukrainian cities. The Russian Federation has continued to disregard the calls of the resolutions adopted in this very hall this year. Georgia condemns Russia's attempted illegal annexation of the Ukrainian regions following the sham referenda and reiterates its unwavering support to the Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders extending to its territorial waters. Excellencies, as a permanent representative of the country that has been occupied by Russia in 2008, let me be absolutely clear. The time matters, words matter, and the action we will take today matters. It matters for the future of the succeeding generations, for the United Nations' future and its ability to tackle and solve the world's most pressing challenges in the months and years to come. It is our collective responsibility to send a clear signal in defense of the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the principles of the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, the Republic of Azerbaijan and Ukraine support each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity within their internationally recognized borders. This position is grounded in the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Consequently, Azerbaijan does not recognize the result of the referenda held in the territories of Ukraine from 23rd to 27th September 2022, and reiterates its support and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We renew our call for the earliest settlement of the situation exclusively through peaceful diplomatic means. Further, we reiterate that strict compliance with the norms and principles of international law concerning interstate relations and the fulfillment in good faith of the obligations assumed by states under the Charter of the United Nations and international law are of greatest importance for the maintenance of international regional peace, security, and stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aotearoa New Zealand condemns unequivocally Russia's attempts to illegally annex Russia-occupied regions of Ukraine. Russia's sham referenda in Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia are illegitimate and have no legal basis for acquisition of Ukraine's territory by Russia. Let us be clear. Russia's attempts to annex these regions are a further act of aggression in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and in flagrant breach of international law. This hall has made clear that annexation by the use of force of the territory of another state or part thereof qualifies as an act of aggression. We, as a General Assembly, as an international community, have an obligation to speak up when there is a violation of international law. We must use our collective voices to condemn any state's flagrant violation of the UN Charter. This is not just our opinion. The facts speak for themselves. The UN Secretary General has been clear. Russia's actions have no basis in any international legal framework and are a clear-cut violation of the UN Charter. Russia must comply with the legally binding orders of the International Court of Justice to immediately suspend its military operations in the territory of Ukraine. We also cannot ignore the real human suffering that extends from this violation of the fundamental purpose and principles of the United Nations. These concepts are not simply theoretical. Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has already caused thousands of deaths, a massive humanitarian crisis, and untold suffering. It must end. We also reiterate the Secretary General's points that the impacts of this war extend well beyond the region, affecting our global economy, especially those of developing countries, and setting back our critical work to deliver life-saving aid in Ukraine and beyond. As we have seen from the start of Russia's invasion, New Zealand continues to call on President Putin to act consistently with international obligations, cease Russia's invasion of Ukraine, withdraw troops, and return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolution of this conflict. New Zealand continues to stand in support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call on delegations in the hall to vote in favour of the presented draft resolution. This is a vote not only to support Ukraine, but a vote to support the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, Slovenia aligns itself with a statement delivered by the European Union and would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Earlier this week, we were again shocked to learn about the missile attacks on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities by the Russian army. We strongly condemn these latest attacks, as well as denounce the Russian Federation's threats to use nuclear weapons. As civilians are often the main victims in armed conflicts, the vast majority of whom are women and children, we once again underline that shelling of residential buildings, as well as other civilian infrastructure, represent most severe violation of international law that cannot remain unpunished. Moreover, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect international humanitarian law and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and assistance to all persons in need. We call for an immediate, complete and unconditional stop to all fighting. We strongly support all efforts in order to de-escalate the current situation through political dialogue, negotiation and other peaceful means in line with the UN Charter. Mr. President, Slovenia is committed to promotion of culture of peace and dialogue. As a member of the community of small states, we believe in peaceful coexistence of states and cooperation between them. Our future, prosperity and security depends on international cooperation and the respect of the norms set out in the UN Charter and wider international law. The resolution we'll be adopting today is clear. It firmly stands by the goals and principles of the UN Charter, which are being gravely undermined and disregarded as we speak. Mr. President, today's meeting is taking place in response to an attempted illegal annexation of Ukraine's region of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia that are firmly within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. While the principle of self-determination remains the cornerstone of my country's independence, we cannot but echo the Secretary General that a referenda conducted in occupied regions of another country cannot be a genuine expression of a popular will. We therefore firmly reject this attempted illegal annexation. We call on respect of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Slovenia condemns any unprovoked invasion on any sovereign country under any pretext. Violations of the international legal order that we have all worked so hard to build cannot and must not become the new normal of today's world's affairs. For this reason, Slovenia will be voting in favor of this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovenia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Gracias, señor presidente. Uruguay ha expresado claramente en las declaraciones realizadas en las sesiones de la Asamblea General Especial celebradas en marzo del presente año su firme condena a la invasión militar de Ucrania por parte de la Federación de Rusia, subrayando que se trata de una clara violación de los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas que todos sus miembros deben respetar. Esta posición fue ratificada hace pocos días en el debate general de esta Asamblea por parte del ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Uruguay, embajador Francisco Bustillo. Dirigiéndose a esta Asamblea, el canciller uruguayo pidió a la Federación de Rusia el cese de las hostilidades y el retiro a la mayor brevedad del territorio ucraniano. También solicitó a ambas partes en el conflicto que hagan sus mayores esfuerzos para volver a la mesa de negociaciones con el fin de resolver sus diferencias pacíficamente, tal como lo estipula la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Ante las nuevas acciones llevadas a cabo para legitimar la ocupación de parte del territorio ucraniano a través del uso de la fuerza, subrayamos que nuestro país no reconoce los instrumentos de anexión firmados y anunciados por la Federación de Rusia de 4 territorios ucranianos, consecuencia de los llamados referéndums convocados en los territorios bajo ocupación de Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia y Kherson, los cuales están en clara contradicción con el derecho internacional. La posición de Uruguay ha sido muy clara en cuanto al respeto irrestricto del derecho internacional, en particular a la prohibición de la expansión territorial mediante el uso de la fuerza u otros mecanismos que contravengan la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Esta regla de derecho internacional, prevista expresamente en la Carta de Naciones Unidas y refrendada por la Asamblea General, el Consejo de Seguridad y la jurisprudencia de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, hace que los referéndums celebrados en los territorios ocupados en Ucrania no tengan ningún valor jurídico. La declaración de anexión en un contexto de agresión a otro Estado es violatoria de la Carta de nuestra organización y del derecho internacional, y las votaciones que la originan no pueden ser consideradas una expresión libre y genuina de la voluntad popular. En consecuencia, el Gobierno de Uruguay reitera su firme apoyo a la soberanía e integridad territorial de Ucrania, dentro de sus fronteras internacionalmente reconocidas, y apela nuevamente a la Federación de Rusia para que cese su agresión. Es por estas razones que Uruguay votará favorablemente el proyecto de resolución sobre la integridad territorial de Ucrania. Finalmente, reiteramos nuestro llamado para que, a través de los mecanismos de negociación previstos en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, con la participación del Consejo de Seguridad y del Secretario General, se encuentren vías de diálogo que permitan acordar los pasos para desescalar la situación bélica y que, mediante la negociación diplomática, las partes en conflicto resuelvan sus diferencias y pongan fin a la guerra. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea.
Mr. President, may I begin by aligning my delegation's remarks with that delivered earlier by my fellow Melanesian and Pacific neighbor, Fiji, as the chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. Today marks the 226th day, or a little over 7 months, since we, the peoples of the United Nations, considered and unanimously supported in this August hall at the 11th Emergency Special Session the resolution A/ES 111/L.1 relating to the Russian Federation's needless aggression against Ukraine, which was roundly condemned and where calls to peacefully end the conflict without preconditions was loud and clear. Papua New Guinea is pleased to have co-sponsored that resolution and also supported the subsequent General Assembly resolution L.2. We continue to stand in solidarity with the people and the government of Ukraine in the face of the unprecedented adversity that continues to be perpetrated by a permanent member of the Security Council, the Russian Federation. It is in this spirit that Papua New Guinea has again given its strong support to the draft resolution before us today, including being a co-sponsor of it. For us, this is the right thing to do. It is unequivocally reminding of us as a small developing country, like many others, of the crucial importance of protecting and defending our sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence as enshrined in the UN Charter and under international law. It is not for external forces to, at their whim, take it away from us. Mr. President, how many more Security Council and General Assembly emergency special sessions must we convene to end the senseless and hostile actions of the aggressor? Actions that not only threatens global peace and security, but also continues to seriously undermine the territorial sovereignty and integrity, as well as prolonging the wanton devastation of the lives and livelihoods of Ukrainians. This cannot and must not be allowed to continue. It is regrettable that despite the emphatic calls by the international community for Russia's siege on Ukraine to cease forthwith, we continue to witness with profound concern the continuing destabilizing and dangerous maneuvers deployed by Russia against Ukraine, including the disastrous global socioeconomic impacts this has wrought on all of us. Excellencies and dear colleagues, for my delegation, the Secretary General's expressed views last month on Russia's annexation of the territories of Ukraine is crystal clear and instructive. The so-called referenda under a dubious circumstances in Ukraine territory under Russia's control during an active armed conflict, coupled with the threat or use of force, is highly questionable, to say the least. How many more other parts of Ukraine face the same fate? We strongly condemn the carving up and annexation of the Ukrainian regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia. My delegation stands together with the Secretary General and other member states who share the same perspective. Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territories is illegal, and null and void. For Papua New Guinea, these occupied territories remain a sovereign and integral part of Ukraine. Mr. President, mindful of the harmful and catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the use of nuclear weapons, the veiled threats by Russia to use nuclear weapons against those who stand in the way of the aggressor is highly deplorable. It is also irresponsible for a permanent member of a Security Council to threaten international peace and security with such uncalled for action. Not only is the threat or use of force and the use of nuclear weapons a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law, but it is also contrary to the commitments Russia made in the Budapest Memorandum, the Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conferences, and the statement by the 5 NPT nuclear weapon states in January this year that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Mr. President, let me now turn to the efforts at the procedural level by a certain delegation to have a General Assembly consider a draft resolution before us through a secret ballot. My delegation is of the strong view that an issue of grave importance to the international community regarding global peace and security under the current purview must never be hidden behind the veil of a secret ballot. It is too important for this fundamental issue to be shrouded in secrecy. Why would a member state want to hide behind a secret ballot? What the world, and in particular Ukraine, needs is for us to be accountable and transparent in upholding our UN Charter obligations and responsibilities, including to foster international peace and security. It was pleasing to be part of the overwhelming majority of member states that rallied against the improper use of the secret ballot. Before I conclude, Mr. President, it would be remiss of my delegation not to speak to the 7 members of the Security Council. We applaud those council members that stood up and were counted for peace, stability, and security, as well as for the protection of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine at the Council's meeting on 30th of September this year, which triggered this week's General Assembly emergency special session. We are, however, disappointed that some members of the Council, whom we have entrusted our support in good faith, for them to uphold the sacrosanct principles of the UN Charter in the Council, have yet again failed us. Looking the other way at a crucial moment concerning a fellow member state's sovereignty, territorial integrity, peace and security, and also for global peace and security, is not what we expect of Council members, given that they do not only represent their own delegation's interests in the Security Council, but the wider UN membership. Take a long, hard look at your respective actions and ask whether you deserve a seat at the peace table of the Security Council. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic. I apologize. Now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، مرة أخرى يشهد منبر الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة استغلالا فاضحا من قبل بعض الدول الغربية لخدمة مصالحها الجيوسياسية، والتي تدفع إلى تعميق حالة الاستقطاب بين الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة، حيث لجأت تلك الدول إلى طلب استئناف هذه الدورة الخاصة الطارئة وتقديم مشروع قرار أمام الجمعية العامة أكثر عدائية تجاه الاتحاد الروسي بعد فشلها في تمريره في مجلس الأمن. إن مشروع القرار المطروح أمامنا اليوم، الذي لم يتتح للدول الأعضاء دراسته أو مناقشته أو إدخال أي تعديلات عليه أو حتى إفساح المجال للتشاور بشأنه هو دليل واضح على عدم اهتمام تلك الدول سوى بتمرير مواقف سياسية عدائية للاتحاد الروسي، وذلك من خلال رسم صورة خاطئة وذات بعد واحد عما يجري. إن هذا النهج العدائي والاستفزازي المتواصل من قبل هذه الدول دليل واضح على سعيها لتأجيج النزاع وإزكاء النزعة النازية الجديدة في أوكرانيا، بدلاً من السعي لإيجاد حل سلمي له عبر التفاوض والحوار. نحن ندين الحملة المنسقة التي أطلقتها دول غربية وأذرعتها الإعلامية ضد الاتحاد الروسي، والتي تشمل نشر معلومات مضللة واتهامات كاذبة وصور ومقاطع فيديو ملفقة تهدف إلى تقويض الحق الطبيعي للاتحاد الروسي في درء الأخطار التي تهدد أمن شعبه على النحو الذي كفله ميثاق الأمم المتحدة. السيد الرئيس، إن ميثاق الأمم المتحدة الذي كتبه الآباء المؤسسون قبل 75 عاماً بنية حسنة قد تم استغلاله على مدى السنوات الماضية بطريقة انتقائية خاطئة وباستخدام للمعايير المزدوجة في تطبيقه. فالدول التي تشن حملتها العدائية ضد الاتحاد الروسي اليوم وتنتقد دفاعه عن أمنه وحدوده المباشرة هي ذاتها الدول التي شنت أعمالاً عدوانية همجية ضد بلادي بذريعة الدفاع عن أمنها الوطني، رغم أنها تبعد عنه آلاف الأميال ولم تشكل لها أي تهديد. لقد دمرت الولايات المتحدة والدول المنضوية تحت ما يسمى بالتحالف الدولي اللاشرعي مدناً بأكملها، وقتلت الآلاف من قاطنيها، كما كان عليه الحال بالنسبة لمدينة الرقة السورية. وبالتالي لا يحق لهذه الدول أن تذرف الدموع أمامنا أو تلقي الدروس والعظات علينا، لأنها لا تتمتع بأي مصداقية. السيد الرئيس، لقد بات من المعروف والمعلوم بأنه وبعد تفكك جمهوريات الاتحاد السوفيتي اعترف الاتحاد الروسي برابطة الدول المستقلة ومد اليد للشركاء فيها بما في ذلك أوكرانيا، وكان على سلطات كييف أن تحترم حقائق التاريخ والجغرافيا وأن تمتنع عن أي إجراءات أو ممارسات انتقامية ضد الروس المقيمين عبر التاريخ في الدونباس وضد شعبي جمهورية لوغانسك ودونيسك الشعبيتين، وأن تلتزم بمبادئ الحياد وحسن الجوار. لكن وللأسف فإن الحكومات الأوكرانية بعد الانقلاب في عام 2014 تبنت سياسة سلبية وخطيرة تجاه الجار التاريخي روسيا، قائمة على إنكار كل ما يوحد الشعبين، حيث حاول القادة السياسيون والأحزاب السياسية المتطرفة في أوكرانيا وبدعم غربي تشويه الوعي والذاكرة التاريخية للشعب الأوكراني. واستغلت الحركات القومية المتطرفة هذا الوضع لتصعيد الحالة العدائية ضد الاتحاد الروسي. تصوروا أيتها السيدات أيها السادة أننا في كل يوم نسمع بعض الدول الغربية تتشدق بالدعوة إلى المساءلة عن أحداث هنا أو هناك، لكنها لم تفتح فمها عن مساءلة تلك الحركات القومية المتطرفة في أوكرانيا. وبالتأكيد لم تكن دول الناتو بمنأى عما يجري، بل لعبت دور المحرض الذي أغرى المجموعات القومية المتطرفة في أوكرانيا بوعود الانضمام للحلف والاتحاد الأوروبي والحصول على المساعدات والحماية العسكرية مقابل رفع مستوى العداء والتهديد ضد الاتحاد الروسي. وقد ترجمت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحلفائها في الناتو هذه السياسات بوضوح من خلال التغطية على ممارسات سلطات كييف التمييزية واللا إنسانية ضد شعبي جمهورية دونيتسك ولوغانسك الشعبيتين وغيرهما من الناطقين باللغة الروسية المقيمين تاريخياً في الدنباس وغيرها، ومعاناتهم المستمرة على مدى 8 سنوات، مما دفعهم مؤخراً إلى أن يختاروا وبعد تحريرهم وبشكل حر وطوعي أن ينضموا إلى الاتحاد الروسي. بلادي تثمن جهود الاتحاد الروسي لتحقيق الاستقرار وضمان سلامة وأمن الشعبين الروسي والأوكراني واستضافته لمئات الآلاف من اللاجئين وضمان إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية وتوفير الممرات الآمنة للمدنيين والاتفاق على مرور شحنات الحبوب والمواد الغذائية. سيد الرئيس، أخيراً فقد صوت وفد بلادي ضد مقترح ألبانيا بشأن طريقة التصويت على مشروع القرار L5 ليس لأنه ضد الشفافية في عمل الجمعية العامة، وإنما إدراكاً منه لحجم الإحراج والضغوط الكبيرة التي تمارسها الدول الغربية على الدول الأعضاء لتمرير هذا المشروع غير المتوازن والعدائي ضد الاتحاد الروسي. في هذا المجال وفدي يرفض تماماً هذا النهج ويحث الوفود الأخرى على التنبه لمخاطر الانجرار وراءه ويدعوها لرفض مساعي العزل والاستعداء وسياسات ذات المعايير المزدوجة. شكراً سيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Syrian Arab Republic, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro.
Mr. President, at the outset, Montenegro aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. However, I would like to further highlight several issues in my national capacity. We have gathered here today to shed the light once again on the importance of upholding the UN Charter and international law as the pillars of rule-based international order. International peace and security, the ground principles that gathered our predecessors to build the world back from the ashes and establish the United Nations, are most severely endangered. Arguably, to the extent never seen in the post-World War II period, due to unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The fact that a permanent member of the Security Council and a nuclear state exercised the brutal force breaching the territorial integrity and sovereignty of its neighboring country should make everyone's blood run cold. The terror and crimes in Ukraine bring us to the dark era of brute force in international relations, factoring in solely the hard power as a way of promoting self-centered and self-obsessed national interest. Such assertive behavior challenges the liberal international order as we know it today, standing as a pivotal piece of the mosaic that guarantees equal rights of each country, along with the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms of all. Montenegro firmly rejects and most seriously condemns attempted illegal annexation by the Russian Federation of Ukraine's Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions. We do not and will never recognize the illegal so-called referenda organized by the Russian Federation, nor their falsified and illegal results. Our position is clearly reflected in the joint statement of the Presidents of Central and Eastern European NATO member states on Russian attempts to illegally annex Ukrainian territories. We call on all states and international organizations to unequivocally reject this attempted illegal annexation. The brutality of Russian actions is clearly seen in the recent massive missile attacks against Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv. The terror and violence that people of Ukraine are exposed to must stop immediately. Perpetrators must not go unpunished for unleashing such brute force and for violating international peace and security. There can be no impunity for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocity crimes. The people of Ukraine deserve justice. Mr. President, I join many of my colleagues who repeatedly pointed from this podium that an attack on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine is an attack on all of us, attack on principles and goals of the UN Charter, as well as our right to freely choose our own future. Russia will not stop at Ukraine. We have previously warned that malign activities of Russia and their proxies in the Western Balkans represent clear threat to the Western Balkans as well. Like in 2016, when the attempted coup d'etat was organized by members of the Russian intelligence services and others in the region, nowadays Montenegro is again subjected to Russian spying and other destabilizing malign activities against its sovereignty and democracy. The goal of this Russian harmful and hostile interference is to destabilize my country, thus undermining our European path. For the reason outlined, Montenegro co-sponsored and will vote in favor of the resolution and call others to do the same. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Montenegro, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, it is a difficult proposition to accept that might should be right. And as we meet once again in this assembly on the question of Ukraine and for the cause of peace, it is necessary to recall the relative stability of the present world order forged in the aftermath of the horrors of the Second World War has been built upon our collective commitment to the Charter of the United Nations and our common respect for the rules of international law. Such commitment to the Charter and respect for international law, as is required of all peace-loving members of the United Nations, is not a passive responsibility, but an active duty, requiring our engagement in support of peace, especially in moments of great challenge. Today, the world is not in a good place, as my President, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo said to this assembly a few weeks ago. The war against Ukraine, which commenced on 24 February this year, has challenged our common principles and the purposes for coming together as a United Nations. Its further execution threatens to not only send us into the abyss of a possible nuclear confrontation, but also, through the present reason for our gathering, a disintegration of state entities in ways that could unravel many fragile state situations around the world. We therefore believe that we have a responsibility as members of this organization to help the parties come to the table of peace and keep the ship of global order on an even keel. That aspiration for peace cannot, however, be ad hoc or unilateral, but must rest upon the established principles of the Charter and international law. It must begin by an affirmation of the rights of all member states, no matter how small. It is in this context that Ghana reaffirms her full support for the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and considers the referenda and subsequent annexation by the Russian Federation of the Ukrainian territories of Donbas, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia to be void and of no legal validity. We have said so in the 22nd and 30th September meetings of the Security Council and repeat it here directly to all member states. In our principled position against the threat or use of force by any member state in the acquisition of state territory, we have not misunderstood the initial security concerns stated by the Russian Federation, nor its evolving raison d'etre offered for the war and the present annexation of territories. Those justifications are, however, matters that we believe should be addressed through the appropriate specific mechanisms, as nothing can justify a resort to war as an instrument for pursuing a state's relations with others. Indeed, that is why we cannot share the arguments some have sought to make by referring to unacceptable past actions by other member states in justifying the present unacceptable actions. Apart from the inappropriateness of using historical wrongdoing to justify present unacceptable actions, how can we tolerate the death and destruction being visited on an independent state that did not first seek the pursuit of war? Mr. President, in the face of the threats to our collective security, we must forge as an assembly a role for creating an environment that is conducive for diplomatic engagement, including confidence-building measures and constructive good faith dialogue between the parties. In this regard, we urge the parties to embrace the good offices of the Secretary General, whose impartial role in the ongoing aggression against Ukraine is geared towards the restoration of the authority of the Charter in the maintenance of international peace and security. We also request the parties to strongly consider the Pacific role that the International Court of Justice can bring in resolving aspects of the dispute in a way that can de-escalate the ongoing conflicts. States with influence on either party must also sustain their engagement for a settlement of the conflict. While the task of bringing an end to the war has so far proven difficult, we cannot give up. As the collective custodians of the peace of our world, we must take every necessary action to strengthen the present fragile order. That includes using these debates to send a clear, unified message of support for the Charter and international law, the basis for a stable international system. Not to do so would lead the world towards a historical path of division and an unsustainable situation for peace and progress. That would fly in the face of the aspirations of our populations for the resolution of the many complex and interrelated global challenges that demand strengthened multilateralism. We therefore urge good faith implementation of global actions to address the knock-on effects of the aggression against Ukraine. Besides addressing the food security situation, including sustaining and enhancing the Black Sea Grain Initiative and arrangements to facilitate the export of Russian fertilizers and agro-products to areas where they are critically required, there is the urgent need to address the destabilization of the energy and financial markets, which is taking a heavy toll on people, especially in developing economies. The well-being of our populations must compel us to chart bold and decisive solutions through dialogue and cooperation, as we face one of the most trying times of our generation. Mr. President, ultimately, however, the resolution of the challenges of food insecurity and the financial and energy crisis being experienced globally is linked to the just resolution of this unnecessary war. The barrel of the gun has proven no more than its ability to kill, maim, and cause harm. The war in Ukraine must therefore end now to save us counting any more losses. We stress the prioritization of civilian protection and strongly urge an immediate end to targeted attacks on civilian populated areas, civilian infrastructure, and critical infrastructure. We join others in calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities and once again call on the Russian Federation to immediately and unconditionally, in line with its international obligations, withdraw its forces from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. In conclusion, I re-echo our call for a united front in pursuing peace and stability in Ukraine and bringing hope and restoration for its people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ghana, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. President. In upholding full respect of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all member states enshrined in the United Nations Charter, Cambodia has co-sponsored draft resolution A/ES/11/L5 and will vote in favor of the resolution. The forcible annexation of regions from a sovereign country is a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, which is not acceptable. In this regard, Cambodia urges that Ukraine's international recognized border must be fully respected. In ensuring the maintenance of international peace and security, it is indispensable that all member states shall fully adhere to the principle and value of this only truly universal global organization. Mr. President, since the war in Ukraine occurred in February, it has constituted enormous challenges to international peace and security and the world economy at large, in particular its negative impacts on food and energy security. the humanitarian consequences and suffering caused to the Ukrainian people are unimaginable. Cambodia joins with other delegations in calling all parties to resolve the conflict peacefully with all possible means through negotiation and diplomacy in order to find acceptable solution to the conflict in accordance with the United Nations charters and international law. There will be no winner in this war. The only terrible thing that we will continue to see will be more human casualties, suffering, destruction, and threat to use nuclear weapons in the conflict, which are of great concern to all of us. Therefore, the best way forward is to end the war soonest, before it's too late. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cambodia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and dear colleagues, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will vote for the draft resolution as we did for the first three resolutions on Ukraine. Based on our commitment to the principles of national sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as our respect for the Charter of the United Nations, all of which the Russian Federation has violated in Ukraine. They violated the independence, the sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and this should end. At the same time, we deplore the politics of double standards of the powerful of this world when it comes to Africa. While a lot of time, powerful of money and weapons have been spent on Ukraine during the last 8 months, very little attention is paid to my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where over 7 million people have died as a result of aggression from neighboring countries. Give you just one example. Rwanda and Uganda invaded the DRC in 1998 and occupied large parts of eastern Congo until 2003. In 1999 and 2000, Rwanda and Uganda even confronted each other militarily in the city of Kisangani on 3 separate occasions. And this led to a loss of people being killed through stray bullets. Today, Rwanda continues to plunder the mineral and other natural resources of the DRC and occupies the city of Bunagana and several other locations in North Kivu province. For 24 years, the international community has not taken strong action against this aggression. No Security Council or General Assembly resolution has been adopted to impose sanctions on Rwanda. So we support Ukraine. We want to see the war ended, but we like to see the international community take similar action against other situations in the world where countries are being invaded and occupied. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Democratic Republic of the Congo, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Palau.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues, Palau aligns itself with the statement made by Fiji as chair of the Pacific Island Forum. We additionally make the following statement in our national capacity. It's been 8 months since the war in Ukraine started. and we're convening this emergency session against the backdrop of brutal missile attacks against civilian infrastructure and cities across Ukraine that have killed many innocent civilians. Palau strongly condemns these attacks and would like to remind us that indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilians are war crimes. Palau also condemns and unequivocally rejects the illegal attempted annexation by Russia of Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions, in addition to the autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. We do not recognize the sham referenda that Russia uses to justify it. At the start of this emergency session, Russia attempted to blur transparency, then sow confusion into a democratic process, and when that didn't work, they attempted to silence healthy debate by member states before a historic vote. If we were all a bit confused at the onset of this session, one can only imagine how these referendums were conducted. In addition to witnessing the horrors of war in Ukraine, we've also felt the pangs of war in our own countries. Children and families are going hungry from food inflation. People are unable to get to work due to rising energy prices. In countries like ours, hotter than ever as a result of climate change, people are at times unable to cool themselves because our energy prices have shot through the roof. And in temperate countries, people, families, children will suffer from the bitter chill of winter because they will have no heat. And it goes on to show that in our increasingly globalized world, that we are one, and an attack on one of our member states is an attack on us all. And it is those who are the most vulnerable, those who have already felt the heavy beating of the COVID pandemic, get another hit to their lives without respite. Today, I'd like to tell you a story about an incredible individual I recently held the distinct pleasure of meeting, Louis Pugh. Louis swims in the most vulnerable ecosystems on Earth to call for their protection. He was the first to swim across the North Pole and the first to swim the full length of the English Channel to convince the UK to join the 30 by 30 initiative. In 2015, he took on the challenge of swimming in the Ross Sea in Antarctica in an attempt to convince Russia to sign on to the treaty to turn the Ross Sea into the world's largest marine protected area, an initiative that Russia had been the only holdout on for 5 years. And he did it in nothing but a Speedo, a swim cap, and goggles. On his experience of swimming in the Ross Sea, he quotes, "At negative 37 degrees Celsius, which is negative 37 degrees Fahrenheit, the air was so much colder than the freezing sea. Each time I lifted my arm out of the water into that air, it was a drop of more than 35 degrees Celsius. The pain in my arm was more excruciating than the burning agony I felt in the rest of my body. With each stroke, I watched myself freeze. After 100 meters, the first digits of my fingers were completely white. After 200 meters, the white had spread up to the second knuckle. At 300 meters, I couldn't feel my hands. I had undertaken the most southern swim in the world. On that day, my message about the desperate need to protect the Ross Sea came to life." Pugh then flew from Antarctica directly to Moscow and began a 2-year process of trying to convince the Kremlin to join the treaty. Because of his swim, he received widespread media attention in Russia and went on a highly publicized tour. He was then able to become friends with Russian hockey legend and sports minister Slava Fedosov, and his message got through to the Kremlin and to Putin, who, after blocking the treaty for 5 years, signed on. When he received the phone call that Russia would sign the treaty, he said it was the happiest day of his life. His dedication had helped create the world's largest marine protected area. I tell this story because those of us who are fortunate enough to be here don't have to swim in sub-zero waters to reach the halls of power. But to enact change, we have to do things that are uncomfortable, to have the hard conversations, to push our leaders to act and attempt to broker peace, and do what we can so that our individual actions aggregate into a collective will that can't be ignored, because it is our collective energy that will shift the world. My call to action today is directed at the member states who have remained neutral, those who've chosen not to vote or to abstain. The reasons are varied. Some don't want to be embroiled in what's been touted as a geopolitical war of influence. Some have strong socioeconomic ties to Russia. Some have said that they want to remain neutral to allow Russia to be able to come back to dialogue. However, after 8 months of bloodshed, which has been escalating by the day, we all know that that's ever more unlikely. So Palau asks for your vote today in favor of the draft resolution to codify the promise that we don't live in an age where we allow countries to annex other countries through sham referendums, to uphold the basic principles of the UN Charter that govern relations between nations in the 21st century. That includes respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, the notion that nations don't simply redraw borders or make decisions at the expense of their neighbors because they are larger or more powerful. For those countries who are close friends with Russia, we say that in life, true friends are those who have the courage and conviction to tell you the truth, to urge you back on the right path when you've gone wrong, even when it's uncomfortable. Only through collective action can we change the trajectory of the war and allow the world to get back on the path to peace, not just for the benefit of Ukrainians, but also for those most vulnerable in all our countries who have been made to suffer as a result of China's aggression. It's often been said that moments that challenge us the most define us. What will be the legacy of the United Nations? The water will be cold, but let us all jump in. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Palau, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Mr. President. Timor-Leste joined other delegation in expressing its full support for the convening of this special emergency session on Ukraine. Mr. President, Ukraine is sovereign, independent, and a member of the United Nations. We share the UN Secretary General views that any annexation of a state territory by another state resulting from threat or use of force is a violation of the principle of the UN Charter. It is our moral obligation to defend the sacred principle of sovereignty, political independence, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. The supremacy of the international law must be upheld to ensure peace and stability. For Timor-Leste, to uphold the international rule-based order and the UN Charter is not an option. Indeed, it is a must. Mr. President, Timor-Leste is deeply concerned with the escalation of war in Ukraine. We have been witnesses for almost 8 months the killing of innocent people and the destruction of hundreds, if not thousands, of critical infrastructures and facilities in Ukraine, as well as the explosions of the Nord Stream 1 and the bridge that links Crimea and Russia. The French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre said, I quote, "When the rich make war, it's the poor that die." End of quote. Timor-Leste believed that the only way to settle the conflict is a true, genuine diplomatic solution in an amicable way, aiming at mutual benefit. The experience shows that war destroys communities and families and disrupts the social and economic development of nations, rather than generate peace and prosperity. Mr. President, Timor-Leste believes that peace is possible. We have to work on it and make it happen. The Russian Federation and Ukraine are brothers and neighbors. Mutual respect and understanding are prerequisites to create a peaceful coexistence. We, therefore, call upon all countries to help the two states to construct peace, to live peacefully, side by side, as a good neighbors. Mr. President, to conclude, allow me to quote the statement of the President of the Republic of Timor-Leste delivered on 23rd of September 2022 during the high-level week in this August Assembly Hall. I quote, "Russia, Ukraine, and NATO's countries have to swallow their pride, review their past policies that led to this mutual suicide, back away from each other's borders. Let Ukrainians rebuild their country and their lives. Let Russians retreat with security to their borders. End of the quote. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Germany.
Mr. President, we, the peoples of the United Nations, founded this organization to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Today, a permanent member of the Security Council with a particular responsibility to maintain international peace and security has brought the scourge back upon us all. Russia's playbook is simple. It denies its sovereign neighbor the very right to exist and has launched a war of aggression. Russia has seized land. To secure its land grab, Russia organized what it calls a referendum in several Ukrainian territories. Russia now threatened to keep the territories it illegally attempted to annex by any means necessary. It does not even shy away from nuclear threats against a country that has voluntarily given up its nuclear arsenal. Therefore, I am asking today, does the Russian government still subscribe to the declaration from January 3rd, 2022 by the leaders of all 5 nuclear weapon states, reaffirming the central principle that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought? Mr. President, today it is Ukraine, tomorrow it could be any of us. The sovereign equality and territorial integrity of any of us would be at the mercy of our neighbors or of whoever feels they have a territorial claim or a historical grievance. The sham referenda and Russia's illegal annexations are null and void. We are all under a legal obligation to refuse to recognize them, not now, not ever. The UN Charter is crystal clear. We have an obligation to settle international disputes by peaceful means. The resolution on the table recalls this obligation while reaffirming the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. On the 2nd of March 2022, 141 member states of this Assembly voted in favor of Resolution ES 11/1. By doing so, they voiced their strong support for the founding principles of the United Nations and called on Russia to stop this war. This was a great moment in the history of this noble assembly. Now is the time to stand by our principles and to show once again our passion and support for the UN Charter. Many UN member states have recently voiced their wish that this war be settled by means of diplomacy. This is reflected in the text of the draft resolution. We are grateful for the many valuable contributions to this text from across the globe. Mr. President, the United Nations Secretary General has been clear. Russia's annexations, and I quote, cannot be reconciled with the international legal framework. It stands against everything the international community is meant to stand for. It flouts the purposes and principles of the United Nations. It is a dangerous escalation. It has no place in the modern world. It must not be accepted. End of quote. Let us heed this call of the Secretary General. Let us stand by the UN Charter. Only a clear and principled commitment to the Charter can serve as a basis for future talks. I count on everyone to vote in favor of the resolution on the table. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance.
Excellencies, International IDEA continues to strongly condemn the unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine waged by the Russian Federation, violating the basic principles of the UN Charter that states that all member states shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. We reiterate to this Assembly that the war and the atrocities committed by Russia in Ukraine, a sovereign nation and a democracy, are in breach of international law, international agreements, the UN Charter, and the rules-based international order. International IDEA deplores the illegal and illegitimate holding of referendums in Ukraine's occupied territories on joining the Russian Federation. Staged to imitate the pursuit of self-determination of people, they are an egregious abuse of this direct democracy tool by a hostile occupying power and an illegal attempt to modify the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. These referendums violate the Constitution of Ukraine, which states that the organization and procedure for conducting referendums are determined exclusively by the laws of Ukraine. They are conducted in gross violation of established principles of international humanitarian and human rights law. In the context of Russia's continued assault and ongoing occupation, the organization of a referendum aided or organized by occupying forces presumptively violates the Hague Regulations of 1907 and the Fourth Geneva Convention. In no circumstances can these referendums be considered as an exercise of a right to self-determination through remedial secession. International IDEA calls on the international community to condemn these referendums as illegitimate and illegal and not to recognize the forceful and illegal annexation of the territories by Russia. We also deplore Russia's use and abuse of the veto power in the UN Security Council, a body created to guarantee international peace and security, not to enable war and its perpetrators. The systematic abuse of veto powers in the Security Council calls for a profound reform of this body to ensure that it can truly uphold the principles of the UN Charter. We also wish to remind this Assembly that this conflict is not only about sovereignty, but also about democracy. The survival of democracy in Ukraine is not an add-on in the territorial defense of the country, but a fundamental aspect of it. Russia's war of aggression is also an attack on a democratic political system that securely places the destiny of the country in the hands of Ukrainian civilians and out of the reach of Russia. We therefore also urge those in this Assembly that will support Ukraine's reconstruction process to place democracy at its center. We reiterate our firm belief that international crisis should be addressed through the means of multilateral diplomacy and resolved on the basis of the principles of the UN Charter. We urge Russia to immediately end its full-scale unlawful invasion of Ukraine, and we demand the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all its military forces from Ukraine. We welcome the adoption and enforcement of sanctions by the international community against the Russian Federation until withdrawal of their forces from Ukraine and the full restoration of its territorial integrity. International IDEA will continue to do its part in collaboration with the United Nations, our member states, and other democratic governments and organizations to protect in Ukraine and elsewhere the principle that every country has a right to freely determine its own fate on the basis of the will of the people, freely expressed. Democracy's institutions and processes such as free and fair elections and democratic referenda are the best means to protect that right. They must not be manipulated for authoritarian purposes. Finally, we would like to use this opportunity to celebrate the award of the Nobel Peace Prize 2022 to the Ukrainian human rights organization Center for Civil Liberties and to human rights advocate Ales Bialatsky from Belarus and the Russian human rights organization Memorial. This award acknowledges the importance of civil society in resisting the authoritarian assault. It is also a way of stating that in this time and age, the quest for global peace, which is at the heart of the mission of this body, demands protecting democracy in Ukraine and elsewhere. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, We've heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
Check 1, 2, checking 1, 2, 3. GA stakeout. Podium, microphone. GA stakeout. Podium, microphone. Good.
Security Council? How is the debate going? Oh, sorry?
Another meeting, not security. Usually in the morning. Good point. See you.
from the permanent representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council S/2014/136. End of quote. We are continuing the debate, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Mr. President, and fellow delegates, we meet again in this resumed emergency special session for one reason and one reason only, and that is because the Russian Federation continues to violate international law, and specifically Articles 1 and 2 of the UN Charter. Through its illegal actions in Ukraine, Russia is showing us that it is not a partner interested in peace or justice in Ukraine or elsewhere. Once again, as it has in recent months, it falls upon us, the members of the General Assembly, to defend the Charter and everything that the United Nations stands for. The draft resolution before us is tabled in response to Russia's attempts to illegally and forcibly annex more of Ukraine's territory. The resolution reaffirms the principle that borders and boundaries cannot be changed without consent that is freely given. It reaffirms the principle that might does not make right. And we call upon every member of this Assembly to vote in favor of the resolution. Canada unequivocally condemns the so-called referenda by the Russian Federation in the illegally occupied regions of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine. These are yet another blatant violation of international law by the Russian Federation. Millions have been either killed or wounded or forcibly displaced by this war of Russian aggression. The latest barrage of missile attacks against civilian infrastructure in Kyiv and cities that Russia now claims as its own through its sham referenda revealed to all of us to see. It's apparent. It's there. The true nature of this war. This is not a special military operation. It is a war to punish and ultimately to destroy Ukraine. We all know, everyone in our heart of hearts knows, every country knows, that an election that is held at the barrel of a gun can be neither free nor fair. We know that. We know that when someone points a gun at your head and tells you you must vote, we know it's not free and we know it's not fair. Yet President Putin has claimed that these so-called referenda reflect what he calls the will of the people in these illegally occupied territories, that they were somehow miraculously in 2 days after being called, 2 days after being called, that they're being carried out in line with democratic standards. He's alleged that they are somehow consistent with the UN Charter, as if the UN Charter means nothing. The reality is that nothing could be further from the truth than what the President has said. This is illegal invasion. It is illegal occupation. It is illegal annexation, all at gunpoint, not democracy. Les actions de la Fédération de Russie violent clairement la Charte des Nations Unies et le principe coutumier du droit international, selon lesquels aucune acquisition de territoire par la menace ou le recours à la force ne doit être reconnue comme légale. Ces principes fondamentaux auxquels nous adhérons tous, soit l'égalité souveraine de tous les États membres, le règlement des différends par les moyens pacifiques et l'abstention de recourir à la menace ou à l'emploi de la force n'ont jamais été aussi menacés qu'ils sont aujourd'hui. Ici, dans les couloirs des Nations Unies, nous parlons souvent du précédent. Nous ne devons pas permettre que notre précédent tyrannique d'invasion, d'occupation et d'annexation ait raison de notre engagement à l'égard de la primauté du droit. Nous ne pouvons pas permettre au Conseil de sécurité, à qui nous avons confié la responsabilité première de maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale, d'être entièrement paralysé par un membre permanent qui aspire clairement et publiquement à la subjugation de notre État. Nous sommes convaincus que la majorité des pays représentés à l'Assemblée sont du même avis. Ce ne sont pas les pays de l'Ouest, ce ne sont pas seulement les pays de l'Est, ce sont des pays qui viennent de partout dans le monde. Et nous allons le voir cet après-midi, jusqu'à quel point c'est les pays du monde qui rejettent la politique qui a été déclarée par le président Poutine. Cette dernière tentative du président Poutine de s'approprier des terres en Ukraine est d'une ampleur jamais vue depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Le territoire annexé illégalement par la Fédération de Russie s'étend sur une superficie de 109 000 km². Cette superficie est plus vaste que le territoire de 3 des provinces du Canada. Et le Canada, c'est une géographie assez grande. Ce territoire est plus grand que celui que près de la moitié des membres de cette organisation possèdent à l'intérieur de leurs frontières internationalement reconnues. Et il est environ de la même taille que celle dans les 3 pays baltes qui ont été annexés illégalement par Staline en 1940. Et il faut se souvenir de ce point, parce qu'après l'occupation des 3 pays baltes par l'armée soviétique, le taux de participation aux élections des nouvelles assemblées constituantes a atteint le chiffre stupéfiant de 99,6% en 1940, après l'invasion et l'annexation de la part du gouvernement de Staline. Alors, ce chiffre, plus de 89%, ce chiffre-là ressemble ironiquement et étrangement aux résultats des soi-disant referenda tenus dans les 4 régions illégalement occupées de l'Ukraine que la Russie vient tout juste de tenter d'annexer. Monsieur le Président, les habitudes impériales ont la vie dure. Le président Poutine cherche à faire revivre le passé impérial de la Russie par l'invasion, par l'occupation, l'annexion et l'asservissement. Si ces gestes ne suffisent pas à nous convaincre, ces paroles sont limpides et il faut les lire, parce que le président Poutine parle publiquement de sa volonté de rebâtir l'Empire russe, passer par tous les moyens nécessaires et d'y absorber pour toujours les citoyens des États libres, indépendants et souverains de l'ex-Union soviétique, qu'ils le veuillent ou non. Pourtant, le président Poutine et ses représentants de la Fédération de Russie dans cette enceinte ont l'audace de nous dire qu'ils agissent en conformité avec la Charte et le droit international. Il dit qu'il s'agit d'un projet anticolonial. Non, Monsieur le Président, absolument pas. Au contraire, la réalité et la vérité est claire. La guerre d'agression de la Russie va à l'encontre des principes qui sont au cœur de la Charte des Nations Unies. Lisons les paroles de la Charte. C'est là. J'ai là dans ma main. Article 2. Je vais le lire en anglais. The organization is based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all its members. All members, in order to ensure to all of them the rights and benefits resulting from membership, shall fill in good faith the obligations assumed by them in accordance with the present charter. All members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. President Putin would have us believe that there is some kind of conspiracy against the Russian Federation. This concept was recycled late this morning by the representative of another country, that somehow something called the West is seeking to violate Russia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The West didn't create the charter. The Soviet Union signed the charter. China signed the charter. It wasn't created by the West. It was created by the member states at that time. And we need to understand that there is no grand conspiracy against Russia. The international community is not anti-Russian. Russia is facing the consequences of its own actions. That is to say, launching an illegal and disastrous further invasion of Ukraine on the basis of President Putin's desire for an empire that is long since gone. And as I said in French, apparently imperial habits die a very hard death. As Russia makes claim of Russophobia, sort of like the kid who kills his parents and then goes to the court and says, "Help me out, I'm an orphan." There is no Russophobia. Its own soldiers, its own artillery, its own tanks, its own warplanes, its own missiles are flattening Russian-speaking cities and towns and abusing Russian-speaking populations in eastern Ukraine. No country is seeking to violate Russia's sovereignty or its territorial integrity. The International Court of Justice said there was no evidence to support that allegation by the Russian Federation. Instead, it is Russia that has twice violated Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity since 2014. Russia has similarly violated the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of both Georgia and Moldova. Russia says, oh, we're speaking the language of sovereignty and political independence and territorial integrity, and it claims that it's a friend of the Charter. The reality is today, there is no greater threat to the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter than Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and its annexation that has taken place in the last few days. No one is bent on Russia's destruction. The Ukrainian people are valiantly defending themselves to secure their freedom and their survival from Russia's war of aggression. Together with many of our allies and partners, we in Canada are taking what we believe are proportional and necessary steps in response, including supporting Ukraine with the means to defend itself from Russia's aggression and to reclaim its territory. It can be argued and shown that Article 51 of the Charter, in fact, anticipates a situation just like this, because it says very explicitly, nothing in the present Charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations, until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. We do not seek Russia's destruction. What we seek is for the Russian Federation to live up to its commitments under the UN Charter and under international law, to behave as a responsible member of the international community like Ukraine, like so many other members of this assembly, to act as a steward of the Charter and a steward of the peace of the world, as was clearly anticipated in creating the status of permanent members whose mission in life it would be to preserve territorial integrity and to preserve global security. It's exactly the opposite of what Russia is now doing. The Russian Federation has the power to end this war. It has the power to end the untold misery that it has caused. The impacts have been felt most severely in Ukraine and by the many Ukrainians who have died, by the mindless, systematic destruction of infrastructure and the necessary means of life. But we also have to remember, and every delegate here knows this, the inequality of the world has historically been our greatest challenge, as well as the security of the world. Then came COVID. Then is climate change always with us. But now comes this aggression, which has had a devastating impact, not simply on the people and the economy and the society of Ukraine, but is having a devastating impact on the economies of each and every country that is represented here at the United Nations. Secretary General has said we're facing a winter of discontent. The International Monetary Fund reported yesterday that we're heading for an unprecedented global recession. Think how much better it would be if, instead of debating this motion, which we simply have to debate because the Security Council is not capable of doing its job because Russia has a veto, think how much better it would be if we were debating in this chamber, how can we rebuild and how can we remake the economies and societies that have been so devastated by the impact of the cascading crises that we've been facing over the last decade. Instead of which, we're being forced to go back to square one and say, let's call it what it is. An illegal aggression, an illegal annexation, and that if Russia would refrain from any further unlawful threat or use of force, and to completely and unconditionally withdraw its military forces from the territory of Ukraine that it has illegally occupied, we would see an end to this terrible, terrible tragedy, and we could start to rebuild. Not just rebuild Ukraine, but rebuild the economies of the world, including Russia. We have twice now demanded this as an assembly. We are doing it now for the third time, in response to the sham referenda and the desperate attempts to prolong what can only be described as a truly senseless, cruel, and brutal war of aggression. The Charter calls on us all to unite our strength, as it puts it, to maintain international peace and international security. Mr. President, I want to suggest that we must, all of us, rise to this call today to defend the Charter. And with it, yes, Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. But in fact, not just the sovereignty of Ukraine, the sovereignty of each and every member state here. Not just the territorial integrity of Ukraine, but the territorial integrity of each and every country that is represented here. And not just the political independence of Ukraine, but the independence of all of us self-governing nations who are represented here. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, le débat d'aujourd'hui est simple. Il peut se résumer en une phrase. Voulons-nous défendre les principes de la Charte des Nations Unies? Cette question, elle nous concerne tous, car la Charte est le ciment de l'Organisation des Nations Unies. Elle est la garantie de la coexistence pacifique entre États souverains. En agressant l'Ukraine, la Russie a non seulement déclenché une guerre atroce, aux répercussions mondiales, sur le plan alimentaire, sur le plan énergétique, sur le plan économique, sur le plan nucléaire, mais elle a aussi délibérément violé les principes les plus élémentaires du droit international. Cela a été dit sans aucune ambiguïté par la Cour internationale de justice dès le 16 mars, qui a ordonné la suspension des opérations militaires russes en Ukraine. Force est de constater que la Russie ne s'est en aucune manière conformée à cette décision. L'acquisition de territoires par la force devrait être un sujet de préoccupation pour chaque État membre de cette Assemblée. En envahissant son voisin, la Russie a décidé d'ouvrir la voie à d'autres guerres d'annexion. Ce qui se passe aujourd'hui en Europe peut se passer demain ailleurs, en Asie, en Afrique, en Amérique latine. Il faut en être conscient. Monsieur le Président, alors que la Russie continue de bombarder de manière intentionnelle et indiscriminée des villes et des infrastructures civiles, alors qu'elle multiplie les exactions qui sont à l'évidence constitutives de crimes de guerre, la France ne se résoudra jamais à un monde dans lequel la force prime le droit. Elle ne reconnaîtra jamais ni les simulacres de référendum, ni l'annexion illégale de pans entiers du territoire ukrainien. Elle continuera de soutenir l'Ukraine, sa souveraineté et son intégrité territoriale aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra. C'est pourquoi la France a travaillé avec ses partenaires au cours d'un processus transparent et inclusif à l'élaboration d'un texte que chacun devrait être en mesure de soutenir. Ce texte est concis, il condamne l'annexion de territoires conquis par la force. Au fond, nous sommes tous confrontés à un choix simple: cautionner la guerre ou défendre la paix. Il ne s'agit pas de choisir un camp, mais de préserver l'ordre international et ses valeurs. S'abstenir n'est pas une option. La France encourage donc tous les membres des Nations Unies à défendre la Charte et ses principes universels. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
诸位先生，乌克兰危机爆发至今已近8个月，目前冲突仍在继续，战火仍在蔓延，和平解决的前景仍未出现。危机日益呈现长期化、扩大化、复杂化的态势，其外溢影响持续向经济、民生领域扩散，给这个本已动荡不安的世界带来更多的不确定性和不稳定性，令人深感忧虑。在刚刚结束的联大一般性辩论期间，许多国家领导人围绕乌克兰危机发表看法，提出主张。虽然观点不尽相同，但总结起来，多数国家都呼吁冲突当事方早日停火止战，通过对话和平解决危机。都呼吁加大对深受危机影响的乌克兰人民提供人道救援，都呼吁国际社会携手减小危机的外溢影响，特别是对发展中国家的冲击，都呼吁保持团结，避免由危机引发阵营对抗，开启新的冷战。这些呼吁与诉求应当成为本次紧急特别联大聚焦的话题和致力于实现的目标。对此，中方愿强调以下几点：一、坚持对话接触，推动乌克兰危机政治解决。中方对近期地面冲突加剧深表忧虑，对由此造成的平民伤亡和民用设施损毁深感痛惜。当务之急是引导当事方保持克制，避免冲突继续升级，防止对抗走向失控，推动局势缓和降温。乌克兰危机归根到底要和平解决，不论困难挑战有多大，政治解决的大门不 不能关上，外交谈判的进程不能停滞，止战促谈的努力不能松懈。国际社会应当推动当事方尽快重启和谈，将合理关切纳入谈判，把可行选项摆上桌面，为停火止战、化解危机创造条件、开辟空间。2、加大人道救援，缓解受影响民众困境。危机爆发以来，乌克兰人道局势持续恶化，即将到来的漫长冬天将进一步加剧民众困难。中方赞赏乌克兰周边国家接受数百万难民，支持联合国和国际人道机构在遵守人道、中立、公正、独立原则基础上，向乌克兰提供援助，帮助周边国家分担压力。冲突当事方应严格遵守国际人道法，避免伤及无辜平民，优先保障妇女、儿童等弱势群体，为人员疏散提供便利，对人道救援给予配合。中方呼吁国际社会加大对乌克兰和周边国家的人道援助，确保受冲突影响的民众得到妥善安置。核设施的安全和安保容不得半点闪失。我们呼吁有关各方保持克制，防止由此造成不可挽回的人道灾难。3、加强团结合作，减少冲突外溢影响。新冠疫情和乌克兰危机的冲击相互叠加，让世界各国，特别是发展中国家，面临粮食安全、能源安全、金融安全等一系列挑战，实现2030年可持续发展议程更加困难。全方位无差别的制裁无助于解决问题，只会干扰全球产业链、供应链稳定，放大危机溢出效应，影响各国民众正常生活。黑海粮食外运协议的达成与实施，对稳定全球粮食价格、改善发展中国家粮食供应发挥了积极作用。我们鼓励更多这样的努力，期待更多类似的安排，呼吁国际社会，特别是联合国，继续把发展问题置于国际议程的优先位置，努力化解乌克兰危机的溢出效应，帮助发展中国家渡过难关，防止来之不易的发展成果付之东流。4、摒弃冷战思维，防止世界走向分裂。乌克兰危机再次表明，抱收冷战思维，推行集团政治，制造阵营对抗，追求绝对安全，不会带来和平，只会导致冲突，不符合任何人的利益。在世界需要团结合作、共克时艰的时候，突出意识形态分歧，胁迫他国选边站队，制造孤立打压，推行脱钩断链，是不负责任的危险行为。我们应该深刻汲取历史教训，抵制分裂对峙，坚持团结协作，恪守多边主义，共同维护以联合国为核心的国际秩序、国际体系，以国际法为基础的国际秩序，共同推进世界的和平与发展。主席先生，联大作为联合国最具代表性的机构，应该为推动会员国在乌克兰问题上弥合分歧、形成共识，凝聚劝和促谈最大合力，寻找彼此之间的最大公约数，发挥积极和建设性作用。我们始终认为，联大采取的任何行动都应有利于推动局势缓和降温，有利于推动早日恢复对话，有利于推动危机政治解决。提交本次紧急特别联大表决的有关决议草案，无助于实现上述目标，因此中国代表团将对草案投弃权票。另外，中国代表团也愿指出， 联大工作的开展应该遵守议事规则，体现公平公正。对于程序性问题，会员国的意见都应得到充分表达，会员国的动议都应得到同等重视。主席先生，中方在乌克兰问题上始终主张，各国主权、领土完整都应该得到尊重，联合国宪章宗旨和原则都应该得到遵守，各方合理安全关切都应该得到重视，一切有利于和平解决危机的努力都应该得到支持。作为负责任的国家，中方始终站在和平一边，将继续同国际社会一道，为推动局势缓和、政治解决危机发挥建设性作用。谢谢主席。
I thank the distinguished representative of China, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States of America.
Mr. President, my fellow delegates, and to all those who dedicate themselves to the noble mission of this institution. Soon, we will vote on a resolution that is important not just for the future of Ukraine and the future of Europe, but to the very foundations of this institution. After all, the UN was built on an idea that never again would one country be allowed to take another country's territory by force. In the wake of World War II, that important idea, despite all of our differences, brought us together. Now we're called upon to defend that idea and the UN Charter that embodies it. Colleagues, the facts are clear. A UN member state, one with a permanent seat on the Security Council, has attempted to annex territory from its neighbor by force. This UN member state has not only put its neighbor in its crosshairs, but also put a bullseye in this institution's core principle: one country cannot take the territory of another by force. 8 years ago, the General Assembly was asked to respond to the same UN member states' attempted annexation of Crimea. Back then, the General Assembly defended the UN Charter. We overwhelmingly adopted a resolution affirming Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We must do the same today. As in 2014, Russia is testing the resolve of the world to stand up for the core principles of international law. How else do you explain the flagrant disregard of the values of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peace and security? How else do you explain the horrific attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure that we've seen this week? How else do you explain the saber rattling from Putin and his veiled threats of deploying nuclear force? These are threats against this institution. They are threats against all of us. We've heard countries underscore the need to pursue solutions that lead to dialogue and peace. Believe me, there is nothing we would like to see more than peace. I would like to stop seeing craters in Ukrainian playgrounds where swings used to be. We would like to stop seeing dangerous attacks on the city of Zaporizhia, which threaten civilians. We would like to stop seeing Russia commit war crimes. The path to peace does not run through placations. The path to peace does not involve turning the other way in the face of these flagrant violations. Peace does not and has never come from silence. The only way to bring peace is to stop this aggression, to demand accountability, to stand together with conviction, to show what we will not tolerate. So let us send a clear message today, colleagues. The United Nations will not tolerate attempts at illegal annexation. We will never recognize it. These United Nations will not tolerate seizing a neighbor's land by force. We will stand up to it. These United Nations will not tolerate the destruction of the UN Charter. We will defend it. As the Secretary General said, Russia's actions have no place in our modern world. That is why this resolution calls for peace, and it calls for de-escalation. But it also makes clear that we reject Russia's attempted annexations, that we reject this affront to territorial integrity, to national sovereignty, to peace and security. We reject it because we believe in the United Nations. We believe that the fundamental guardrails of the international system protects us all. Today it's Russia invading Ukraine, but tomorrow it could be another nation whose territory is violated. It could be you. You could be next. What would you expect from this chamber? Our message is loud and clear. It does not matter if you as a nation are big or small, rich or poor, old or new. If you are a UN member state, your borders are your own and are protected by international law. They cannot be redrawn by anyone else by force. This is why all of us together built this institution, and that is why we must defend it here and now. Colleagues, today, the United States will proudly vote yes on this resolution. And we urge every country to do the same. And not because we're asking you to do it, but because you know that it is the right thing to do. Let us condemn Russia for its illegal attempted annexations. Let us affirm the borders of every UN member state as they stand. And with the eyes of a worrying world upon us, let us renew our promise, as the UN Charter says, to be good neighbors in the pursuit of a peaceful world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. And now I give the floor to the distinguished observer of the observer state of the Holy See.
Mr. President, we have heard many words over these past hours. The Holy See is taking the floor with a succinct and heartfelt plea to end the madness of this conflict, that with every ongoing hour takes innocent lives and deepens the wounds among peoples, destroying the mutual trust upon which the international order depends. Just a few days ago, Pope Francis made this heartfelt appeal, and I quote, "In the name of God and in the name of the sense of humanity that dwells in every heart, I renew my call for an immediate ceasefire. May weapons be silenced, and may conditions be sought for the start of negotiations that will lead to solutions that are not imposed by force, but consensual, just, and stable." His Holiness clearly indicated that solutions must be based on respect for the sacrosanct value of human life, as well as the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each country. Having addressed a direct appeal to the presidents of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, as well as to all the protagonists of international life and the political leaders of nations, Pope Francis stressed that we, gathered here in this chamber, have a role to play and must do everything possible to bring an end to the war without allowing ourselves to be drawn into dangerous escalations and to promote and support initiatives for dialogue. These words take on greater weight with the added threat of nuclear escalation. It makes even more urgent the transformation of the art of those who hold the outcome of the war in their hands, so that the hurricane of violence may cease and peaceful coexistence in justice may be rebuilt. The affirmation of the clear principles of international law that are underlined by the resolution before us and are clearly enshrined in the UN Charter should be understood as opening a path to a just and peaceful solution, and not as a way to aggravate the conflict, which has already created too many victims. From this hall, may the clarion call of Pope Paul VI sound out again. Jamais plus la guerre, jamais plus. No more guerre, no more war, no more. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Observer State of the Holy See, and now I give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, we are now at the conclusion of a strong and dramatic debate driven by conflict and suffering, aggrandizement and force. But unlike other historical precedents, particularly those involving Europe, which were oftentimes conducted in the aftermath of battle, all of this week and the past 3/4 of a year, we have been deliberating in the heat of it. And yet the words of this salvific assembly, uttered amid the burning rage that consumes two sovereign nations, seems to have little effect. And in the midst of that burning rage, it is the poor, the sick, and those who have nowhere to go who suffer the most. All of our histories are intertwined. The commonality of human motivation and desire is all too evident. Technology and the integration of economies, whether we like it or not, have made all of us more than bystanders. No nation can allow this conflict to spiral out of control because the consequences, as we all know, are too terrible to contemplate. And no matter how far away and how isolated we feel we might be, the detritus of burning rage will consume us. The Sovereign Order of Malta is unique in its sui generis status as both a sovereign entity and as a Catholic religious order, as it seeks to embrace its citizens with charity and love. And those citizens are those who are left behind. They are the forgotten people of the world, often stateless, homeless, the trafficked, the migrant, the refugee, the suffering humanity that is so often left without support and hope. Few states are too proud to refuse help on behalf of those who are in need. Fewer still are unwilling to augment their own services with apolitical and neutral aid which we offer without consideration of religion or politics. Yet, today, in the Ukraine, despite recent missile attacks on Lviv, our staff and volunteers continue their mission throughout the country in the same spirit as those heroic employees of Caritas who were so tragically killed in Mariupol in April of this year. Mr. Chairman, we recognize that this debate will shortly close, but we wish to appeal for a cessation of hostilities on behalf of those millions of innocent civilians suffering through no fault of their own. A father crying over a wife killed during a missile attack, an elderly woman crippled and confined to bed while gunfire rages outside her flat, a mother laying to rest her only son, a soldier killed in battle, a child bereft of parents alone. When these vignettes become the norm, and when the innocent see no way out of their pain, then we fail the United Nations Charter. That is a beacon of light that brings us all together. Don't let that charter be consumed by burning rage. Collectively, Mr. Chairman, we are better than that, much better than that. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Sovereign Order of Malta. And ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/ES 11/L5. Before giving the floor for explanation of vote before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги, в ходе заседания 10 октября мы уже рассказывали о причинах и целях проведения референдумов в Донецкой и Луганской республиках, а также Херсонской и Запорожской областях. 28 сентября подведены окончательные итоги волеизъявления. Подавляющее большинство голосовавших, 99% ДНР, 98% ЛНР, 93% в Запорожье и 87% в Херсонщине, поддержали идею объединения этих регионов с Россией. Несмотря на сложную ситуацию с безопасностью и провокации киевского режима, отдать свой голос решило подавляющее большинство избирателей, от 76% в Херсонской области до 97% ДНР. Результаты плебисцита говорят сами за себя. Жители этих регионов не хотят возвращаться на Украину и сделали осознанный и свободный выбор в пользу нашей страны. Референдумы были проведены в полном соответствии с нормами и принципами международного права, как бы ни пытались доказать обратное наши западные оппоненты или даже генеральный секретарь, решивший вдруг без наличия на то мандата говорить за всю Организацию Объединенных Наций. Более сотни международных наблюдателей из Германии, Италии, Венесуэлы, Латвии и других стран, следившие за ходом голосования, также признали его итоги легитимными. В Генассамблее сегодня, однако, представлен политизированный и откровенно провокационный документ, в котором не только игнорируются все эти факты, но и содержится конфронтационный заряд, способный подорвать любые усилия в пользу дипломатического разрешения кризиса вокруг Украины. Несмотря на свое название, он не имеет никакого отношения к защите международного права и принципов Устава ООН. Внося этот проект, западные страны решают собственные геополитические задачи, в очередной раз пытаясь использовать членов Генассамблеи как массовку. Выражение приверженности защите международного права, которое вы сегодня слышали от представителей США и других стран НАТО, яркий пример лицемерия и двойных стандартов. Характерно, что они на время даже отказались от упоминания своего любимого детища, порядка, основанного на правилах. Давайте вспомним про ситуацию с Косово. Самые громкие сегодняшние критики референдумов были в первых рядах сторонников его независимости. Они настаивали, что у Косово есть право на выход из состава государства в случае реальной угрозы серьезных нарушений прав их населения. Это была официальная западная юридическая позиция, представленная в Международном суде ООН при подготовке им консультативного заключения по запросу Генассамблеи в 2008 году. При этом в 2008 году косовским албанцам давно ничего не угрожало. Югославия уже не было на карте, а в разбомбленной и сломленной странами НАТО Сербии в качестве миротворцев стоял иностранный контингент. В Косово не проводилось никаких референдумов. Там всего лишь была декларация независимости, принятая Временным органом самоуправления с очевидным выходом за пределы своих полномочий. Но Западу было достаточно и этого, чтобы признать независимость Косово. Тогда наши оппоненты утверждали, что международное право не запрещает провозглашать независимость. Что мы слышим от них сегодня? Что Косово – это другое. То есть косово-албанцев члены НАТО были готовы спасать, причем от несуществовавших на тот момент угроз. А жители Донбасса, Херсона и Запорожья – это, по их логике, видимо, люди второго сорта, истребление которых киевским режимом цивилизованный Запад совершенно не заботит, ведь они поддерживают Россию. Еще один пример – Вашингтон, который сегодня громче всех критикует нас и кричит о территориальной целостности Украины, недавно заявил о готовности использовать силу для защиты Тайваня, которая является неотъемлемой частью Китайской Народной Республики. Очевидно, что ни о какой святости принципа территориальной целостности для США и стран НАТО речь не идет. Они поддерживают его только тогда, когда это отвечает их интересам. Сегодняшний проект просто пропитан этими уродливыми двойными стандартами, навязываемыми Западом, и теперь его авторы пытаются заставить Генассамблею под ними подписаться. Цитируется заявление генсекретаря, хотя такой практики при подготовке резолюции Генассамблеи в принципе нет, так как его заявление не является выражением мнения государств-членов. Но даже если оставить это в стороне, то мы ни разу не видели, чтобы наши западные коллеги уделяли такое же внимание другим заявлениям генерального секретаря ООН, где он призывает к разрешению конфликтов в других частях света, в том числе развязанных с подачи западных государств. Там, где гибнут женщины и дети, страдает экономика. В частности, они упорно игнорируют его призыв отказаться от незаконных односторонних экономических санкций. Запад абсолютно глух к проблемам стран глобального юга, к призывам заняться, наконец, их решением. Все брошено на продвижение сюжета с Украиной, но не ради ее благополучия, а лишь для того, чтобы попытаться ущемить Россию. В сегодняшнем проекте избирательно цитируется Декларация о принципах, регулирующих взаимоотношения между государствами 1970 года. Ни слова не говорится о праве народов на самоопределение, которое открыло путь к деколонизации и дало возможность многим присутствующим сегодня в этом зале государствам получить место в Генассамблее. Сегодня вас пытаются заставить забыть, что Запад этому процессу всеми силами противился, а Советский Союз содействовал. За последние дни мы все стали свидетелями того, как Запад, ведомый неоколониальными инстинктами, развернул беспрецедентную массированную кампанию шантажа и выкручивания рук в отношении развивающихся государств, пытаясь любыми методами заставить их поддержать проект антироссийской резолюции. Знаем, что агитировали в Вашингтоне, а столицы членов движения неприсоединения буквально осаждал десант из политических эмиссаров США и их союзников, которые прямо угрожали карами и последствиями неповиновения. Об этом даже написали в ведущих западных СМИ. В журнале «Политика» приводятся цитаты сотрудников Госдепартамента США, которые наглядно показывают, как на самом деле в Вашингтоне и других западных столицах относятся к голосам развивающихся государств. Мол, когда дело доходит до голосования по антироссийскому проекту в Генассамблее, цитирую, «важен голос любого Фиджи или Палау». Конец цитаты. Интересно, нравятся подобные цитаты представителям Фиджи и Палау? Все это классические методы рабовладельцев и колонизаторов, привыкших видеть мир через колониальную призму. Не буду скрывать, что за эти дни на нас вышло немало коллег из стран глобального юга, рассказывавших об экономическом шантаже и прямых угрозах, которые им пришлось выслушивать от американцев и европейцев. Понятно, что в такой ситуации тот расклад, который мы видим на наших мониторах, следует рассматривать именно через призму беспрецедентной для Генассамблеи кампании западного шантажа. Таким методом нет и не может быть места в ООН. Сегодня мы присутствуем на поистине историческом заседании. На наших глазах Соединенные Штаты и их сателлиты в прямом эфире преподают нам урок десуверенизации. Сожалеем, что на стороне нечистоплотных западных вымогателей, пытавшихся выбить нужные голоса из развивающихся стран, оказался и председатель Генассамблеи, процедурные маневры которого 10 октября в ходе первого дня возобновленной спецсессии не только лишили государств-членов ООН возможности проголосовать без принуждения через тайное голосование, но и дали шантажистам дополнительное время для шантажа. Надеюсь, что, несмотря на все это, в нашем зале окажется достаточно стран, готовых противостоять западному диктату и голосовать независимо, не опасаясь надзора со стороны Большого Брата. Призываем государства-члены ООН непредвзято разобраться в складывающейся ситуации и проголосовать против представленного проекта. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor presidente, participamos hoy en esta sesión plenaria como resultado de la activación del mecanismo establecido en la resolución 76/262 de la Asamblea General que obliga a esta convocatoria. Sin embargo, no estamos obligados a considerar, ni mucho menos a aprobar, una resolución respecto de la cual nunca fueron convocadas consultas, ni se realizaron esfuerzos para tomar en cuenta las visiones y propuestas de todos los Estados miembros de este órgano, lo cual demuestra la clara falta de interés de sus proponentes por forjar un consenso respecto del texto. Estamos convencidos de que esta metodología de trabajo difícilmente nos acercará al objetivo que nos debería convocar a todos por igual, el de alcanzar la paz. Señor presidente, hace poco más de 7 meses, cuando nos reuníamos por primera vez en esta misma sala, alertamos a la comunidad internacional sobre la existencia de una crisis de 3 niveles en la región de Europa Oriental, que de no abordarse de manera balanceada y cautelosa, nos llevaría hacia una peligrosa fase de recalentamiento entre potencias nucleares, las cuales, al ver alteradas sus equilibrios estratégicos y de seguridad, podría desencadenar un conflicto de proporciones mundiales. Hoy lamentamos que nuestras advertencias hayan sido desoídas y que, lejos de haberse utilizado estos últimos meses para construir un camino que pusiera freno al escalamiento de las tensiones, para acercarnos a la resolución pacífica del conflicto, nos encontramos ahora en un momento de mayor confrontación, de mayores tensiones y de mayores divisiones. Sin embargo, como país creyente de que la paz es el único camino, no podemos sino continuar insistiendo en que hoy nuestro papel debe ser el de corregir el rumbo y crear un cortafuegos entre los 3 niveles de la crisis en Ucrania, para impedir así una reacción en cadena que nos lleve como sonámbulos al abismo. Y es que como nunca antes en los últimos 60 años nos acercamos cada vez más a un punto de no retorno, que tiene el grave potencial de comprometer la supervivencia de las generaciones presentes y futuras. Debemos, pues, reconocerlo. Hoy las perspectivas del inicio de un conflicto de dimensiones nucleares parecen estar cada vez más cerca. Vemos con gran preocupación un aumento de acciones y políticas que parece solo buscaran crear un choque de bloques, con la falsa ilusión de una victoria unipolar definitiva. Un choque que provocará un conflicto mundial entre potencias nucleares que destruirá a la humanidad tal y como la conocemos hoy. Señor presidente, no es el momento para instrumentalizar esta Asamblea General o para afianzar una mentalidad de una nueva Guerra Fría, con su política de choque de bloques, que podría resultar en serios errores de cálculo con consecuencias inimaginables para la humanidad como un todo. Debemos hacer un esfuerzo colectivo por reducir el calor de la retórica, teniendo en cuenta que, tal como lo demuestran los hechos, los excesos discursivos son precursores de acciones violentas que, por una parte, alientan una peligrosa ilusión de control de los acontecimientos y, por otra, nos alejan deliberadamente del camino de la paz. En este contexto, no podemos permitir de forma alguna que se insista en normalizar el lenguaje de la guerra, ni mucho menos que se intente convencer a naciones enteras sobre la idea de que una guerra nuclear tendría ganadores y perdedores, cuando la realidad es que ella solo generaría muerte y destrucción, dolor y sufrimiento para todos por igual. Es la destrucción mutua asegurada. Ese camino, señor presidente, el de los discursos incendiarios y las acciones temerarias, no solo es el camino equivocado, sino que es uno irresponsable que solo coloca en mayor riesgo a la humanidad. Es por todo lo anterior que consideramos que el proyecto de resolución contenido en el documento A/ES11/L5 de forma alguna contribuirá al objetivo de lograr una paz duradera por la vía del diálogo político y la negociación diplomática, razón por la cual hacemos un llamado a los miembros responsables de la comunidad internacional a votar en contra de dicho texto. Nuestra organización, muy por el contrario, debe desempeñar el papel central que le corresponde en este momento histórico y decisivo para la preservación de la humanidad, a través de la facilitación de un entorno constructivo y de buena fe que propicie el diálogo, la negociación y el logro de una solución pacífica. Para concluir, desde esta tribuna hacemos un llamado a la reducción de las tensiones y al cese de la propaganda de la guerra, así como el discurso de la intolerancia guiado por las ideologías del odio, al tiempo que enfatizamos que solo a través de la diplomacia, del diálogo y la contención, sin presiones ni sanciones, podremos evitar que se nos empuje de manera deliberada hacia una fase más aguda del conflicto, hacia una fase más larga y difícil de resolver, y hacia una fase que solo prolongue la crisis en el tiempo y genere consecuencias que tardarán generaciones en ser superadas. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my delegation is deeply distressed by the protracted violence and conflict in Ukraine. It has posed a serious threat to international peace and security. Nepal's position on Ukraine has remained clear that the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and non-aggression as enshrined in the United Nations Charter are inviolable and must be fully respected by all member states at all times. There cannot be any ifs, ands, or buts. The United Nations Charter clearly stipulates that all members must settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. Peaceful coexistence, non-aggression, non-interference, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence are the fundamentals of Nepal's foreign policy. And these principles are foundations of peace and security and stability in the world. Nepal reiterates its call for the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine to create conditions for dialogue and diplomacy, which are the only pathway to resolve conflicts and find a lasting political solution. Mr. President, based on Nepal's long-standing principled position on the inviolability of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all the states, and its unwavering respect for international law, rules-based international system, the UN Charter, and the values of the world peace, my delegation will vote in favor on the draft resolution L5 that is before us today. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will vote in favor of the draft resolution before us and wishes to offer an explanation of its vote before the vote. The recent referenda and subsequent signing of treaties to annex several regions are deeply disturbing developments in the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. We do not consider that the matter in which the referenda were conducted was in accordance with the tenets of international law. As such, they constitute violations of Ukraine's sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. Our vote in favor of the resolution serves to firmly underscore that the bedrock principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity must be respected and strictly adhered to by all. These principles are sacrosanct, and they should be applied consistently and upheld in the international community as universal truths. The conflict in Ukraine has tragically resulted in great loss of life and the destruction of critical civilian infrastructure. Additionally, its global repercussions have had catastrophic impacts on countries located far beyond its borders. We therefore reiterate the resounding call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and for the exercise of restraint in all actions. The only path towards peace, Mr. President, is through diplomatic engagement that prioritizes constructive dialogue and good faith negotiations that take into consideration the legitimate security concerns of all parties. Provocative rhetoric, unproductive diplomatic posturing, and actions that exacerbate tensions and intensify the existing high alert postures, which bring us increasingly closer to nuclear catastrophe, are unhelpful and wholly objectionable. A responsible international community should therefore seek to encourage the type of engagement that prevents further polarization and facilitates a prompt diplomatic resolution to this conflict. The incessant talk on all sides of total victory, whatever that means, opens the door to a nuclear Armageddon. Let us give mature diplomacy a chance to achieve peace. Mr. President, peace is the legitimate aspiration of all peoples. The world cannot countenance, nor can it afford, another catastrophic conflict. I thank you, and peace profound.
I thank the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote before the vote. Before proceeding to take a decision on draft resolution A/ES11/L5, I wish to address the question concerning the majority required for the adoption of the draft resolution. In light of Article 18, paragraphs 2 and 3 of the Charter of the United Nations, is there any objection to taking action on draft resolution A/ES11/L5 by a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting? I see no objection. The 2/3 majority of members present and voting is therefore required for the adoption of the draft resolution A/ES11/L5. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/ES11/L5 entitled, I quote, "Territorial Integrity of Ukraine, Defending the Principles of the Charter of the United Nations," end of quote. For your information, the draft resolution has closed for e-sponsorship. I now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Mr. President, I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to the delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/ES11/L5. Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Belize, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cabo Verde, Cambodia, Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Fiji, Guyana, Jamaica, Marshall Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Monaco, Myanmar, New Zealand, North Macedonia, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, San Marino, Singapore, Suriname, Switzerland, Tonga, United Kingdom, United States, and Uruguay. If any other countries wish to co-sponsor A/ES11/L5, please signify by pressing the microphone button. I see Comoros, Liberia, although Liberia is already on the L document. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. At its 12th plenary meeting of the Emergency Special Session, the General Assembly decided to take action on draft resolution A/ES11/L5 by recorded vote. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES11/L5, please signify. Those against or abstentions?
The General Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES11/L5 entitled Territorial Integrity of Ukraine, Defending the Principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The results of the vote is as follows. In favor, 143, against 5, abstentions 35. Draft resolution A/ES11/L5 is adopted. Before giving the floor to the explanation of vote after the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. يسرني أن ألقي هذا البيان نيابة عن الدول الأعضاء في مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية. إن دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي تتابع بقلق بالغ الأوضاع في أوكرانيا منذ بدايتها، وهنا نود التأكيد على أن دول المجلس تربطها علاقات ودية مع كافة الأطراف، وهي على قناعة بأن أفضل سبيل لتلافي التداعيات السلبية هو تسوية الأزمة عن طريق الحوار وبالطرق الدبلوماسية بما يلبي مصالح جميع الأطراف. وعليه فإن دول المجلس تحث جميع الأطراف على ضبط النفس وتجنيب المزيد من التصعيد والتزام الطرق السلمية لتسوية النزاع. السيد الرئيس، إن تصويت دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية لصالح القرار جاء في إطار دعمها للالتزام بالمبادئ الراسخة في القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وتأكيدها على احترام سيادة الدول ومبادئ حسن الجوار وعدم استخدام القوة أو التهديد بها، وحل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية. وفي الختام تعرب دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي عن أملها باستمرار العمل في سبيل الوصول إلى حل مرضي لجميع الأطراف وتجنب التداعيات السلبية للأزمة إنسانياً وسياسياً واقتصادياً. وشكراً السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Angola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republic of Angola voted in favor of this resolution in accordance with these convictions on the well-founded of the sacrosanct principle of territorial integrity enriched in its own constitution, which defines Angola as a unitary and indivisible state whose territory is inviolable and unalienable. Our position is also in line with positions of the Charter of United Nations and Constitutive Act of the African Union. Indeed, the predecessor organization of the African Union, the Organization of African Unity, did lay down the basis for the same principle when the founding fathers wisely decided in 1964 to maintain the principle of the intangibility of the borders inherited from colonialism. Mr. President, since the 60s, the Russian people have always shown their friendship and solidarity with the Angolan people, having played a decisive role in our liberation struggle against colonialism. And
the four countries are on the right side of history. I think that the countries made the right choice to defend the principles of the United Nations Charter and to follow the Charter in their everyday life, deciding on the issues of national security and national development. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all countries, irrespectively of their size or geographical location. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our European, North American, Latin American, Central American, Asian, Pacific partners, because they show that we can be united in spite of all the criticism that oftentimes we hear from different quarters, from our politicians, from our citizens. The United Nations is here. The United Nations will carry on according to the Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergey. It's really, really wonderful to be here with you. Today is a monumental day. Sergey described it as historic. It's historic as well. We just saw 143 countries affirm the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. You saw these countries stand up for territorial integrity, they stood up for sovereignty, and you saw these countries stand up for this institution. After Russia's sham referenda and attempted illegal annexations, you saw very few countries stay in their corner. In fact, it was only 5. It's pretty much the same 5 we've seen with them before. You heard Russia's lies today in front of the General Assembly, and all of us heard those lies, and we all stood up against them. And when you look at the very short list of countries who joined them, it's not exactly good company. Instead, the international community soundly rejected the affront to territorial integrity, to national sovereignty, to peace and security. And today's vote has a practical effect. It means that in the eyes of the world and the United Nations, Ukraine's borders remain the same. Kherson is Ukraine. Zaporizhia is Ukraine. Donetsk is Ukraine. Luhansk is Ukraine, and Ukraine remains Ukraine. The resolution also sends an enormously important signal to Moscow and to everyone. It does not matter if you as a nation are big or small, rich or poor, old or new. If you are a UN member state, your borders are your own and are protected by international law. And that goes for every single country in the UN. They cannot be redrawn by anyone else by force. The UN was built on this idea, and today the United States and the overwhelming majority of the world defended that idea. We defended the UN Charter that embodies that idea. And we were proud to vote with the world today. And tomorrow and the days and the weeks to come, we will continue to defend Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we will continue to hold Russia accountable. We will continue to isolate Russia in this institution, and we will continue to honor the UN Charter and the international protections that we all have agreed to, and to make for, that will make for a safer and more secure world. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say that it's a pleasure to stand here today together with Ukraine. And Sergei, we've worked together and behind him every step of the way to reach the result that we just reached. And I think it's a resounding message that speaks to the world. Russia has tried to silence the Security Council. They have not been able to silence the international community, nor the General Assembly, nor the United Nations. The result today is a resounding statement that rejects Russia's actions and considers them illegal. The sham referenda, the alleged annexations, all of it is proven today will not stand and is declared as null and void and simply has no validity. The resolution today is very clear on that. Some of the most, I think, passionate and important statements today were made by small countries far away from Ukraine, but expressing the concerns of every continent and every country in this General Assembly hall about the fears of what Russia is doing today. So I ask the world to pay attention also to those statements. Finally, I want to say that a fourth element of this resolution, which is very important, is an appeal to peace and to a peaceful solution. But that peace has to be based on Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Thank you very much.
Countries who supported the resolution, given the fact that it's even larger than the one in 2014 and the resolution against the Russian invasion at the beginning of March. And do you believe that the Russian Federation is getting the message that you have today? Thank you.
I can start responding to that to say that in a way we are not surprised, because I think this is the reflection we've heard in all our conversations around the world. But yes, it is a very good result based on the Russian pressure that they are putting on some of these countries when they vote. So I think it's a great success, and I think it's a resounding message to Russia that they are and remain isolated, and the action they take are putting them in that corner of isolation every day even more firmly.
I can say I was not surprised, but I was delighted to see the numbers. We were all holding our breaths as the numbers rolled in, and it's a strong, strong signal to the world and to Russia that they cannot intimidate the world. They thought that they could call for a secret ballot, and that somehow a secret ballot would get them more votes, and they were defeated in their efforts to work against transparency. So again, this is a message to Russia. It's a message from the world that they need to cease their aggression against Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Linda. Thank you, Olof. If I could, I would show you my smartphone, and you would see an incredible number of text messages I received in the course of the last 3 days from my fellow ambassadors who were taking the initiative and assuring me of their vote today in the General Assembly Hall, which shows, at least to me, that the sincere level of support of the principles of the UN Charter and of territorial integrity of Ukraine is incredible. I will tell you, I'm also ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago, which is a small country in the Caribbean. And I would like to refer you to a very powerful statement by the Foreign Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Emery Brown, in the General Assembly Hall. Listen very careful, once again, to what he said in the General Assembly Hall. What he said even before Ukraine was hit by the missiles last week. And I'm proud that Trinidad and Tobago, along with many other small countries, voted in favor. Many of them co-sponsored the resolution, and they are on the right side of the history, and they will be on the right pages of the manuals and textbooks of history.
Ambassador, what is your message to countries like Nicaragua, Belarus, that voted against this resolution? We know that Eritrea is one of the countries that actually went from going against to going and abstain. But what is the message to those countries that is still by the side of Russia, knowing now what has happened in the past few weeks?
My message is that we profoundly regret that their governments have made the wrong choice against the UN Charter. And I hope that those countries will reconsider their policies and reconsider their commitment to the principles that they signed or to the principles they ratified when joining this organization. There is no future for them if the world is not secure. And the security of the world depends on the united action by everyone in the General Assembly Hall, including by them. I regret that there are 4 countries that voted with Russia, but I also am impressed and inspired, but there are only 4 countries that voted together with Russia.
Thanks for checking. Okay. All right, I'll see you later. Okay.
Friendly, but not particularly substantial.
one side, bro. I see you leaning to one side. It's too heavy. trouble for him to help you? All right. Hey, Sarge. It's over, but the captain is in charge.
Thank you.
tomorrow.